Angelica, I just switched you to host. And the YouTube live stream is running now.
Thank you, Anna.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We are on the record in the matter of 22-00232. I would just like to check that everyone has made appropriate arrangements for their witnesses to enter the Zoom meeting when it's their turn to testify. I would ask that when the witnesses are not testifying, that they leave the Zoom meeting and watch the hearing on the YouTube link that's available on the PRC website. We do have a couple of people who have signed up to make public comment, but we will do introductions for the record prior to the public comment. Do you want to start, Mr. Gedko?
Sure, and I'll ask, would it be appropriate that our witnesses now sign off if they aren't to testify right now and go to YouTube?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Kevin Gedko, and I represent the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly, and Nicole Strausser is with me, the General Counsel of New Mexico Gas Company, and together we represent New Mexico Gas Company. Madam Hearing Examiner, we called in on a joint phone, but for some reason I can hear from that phone, but I don't think you can hear me when I say anything on the phone. So Mr. Casey and I are going to get off of the phone dial-in, and we're going to use his speakers. It's very strange that I can hear you, but you're not getting any feedback or any audio from me. So we're just going to do that real quickly, just so you know. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Kara Lynch, the attorney representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. My name is Ryan Friedman. I'm a staff attorney for PRC.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. First of all, I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes, I do.
All right, this is John Bagatko. I'm also a staff attorney for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Utility Division staff, and I am second chairing for Mr. Friedman today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bogatko.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, my witness obviously is here. Mr. Casey is here with me, and just so you know.
All right, thank you very much. I think we will wait 2 minutes to see whether or not the persons who signed up for public comment sign into the hearing. So we'll go off the record until, let's see, 10:05.
Madam Hearing Examiner? Oh, I can't hear you for some reason now. Nope. And our court reporter is moving her head and indicating the same. So it's not just my ears.
How about this?
Yeah.
All right, good. Thank you.
I just because I know it's important, we don't find that the link on the PRC webpage for this live stream on YouTube of this hearing is functioning. I went to the link in the upper right hand corner from the home page, which is for public hearings, and then there is a green box that is listed for this hearing on that page, but it's not active. Oh, one of my witnesses has just told me it is now, so maybe I should refresh. All right, thank you. It just started working. I apologize.
No, thank you for checking on that. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and get started with our first witness today. Since neither of the individuals who indicated an interest in making a comment this morning have signed into the meeting. So we'll start with New Mexico Gas Company. I believe I indicated an order of witnesses in the pre-hearing order, starting with the New Mexico Gas Company, followed by the Attorney General, CCAE, and then I must apologize to staff. You will follow CCAE, and I apologize for not including you in that list because I certainly do want to listen to your witness's testimony. All right, so Mr. Haverly, would you like to begin with your witness?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. New Mexico Gas Company calls Steve Casey as its first witness.
Mr. Casey, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Casey, would you please state your full name for the record?
Steve L. Casey.
And Mr. Casey, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm employed by the New Mexico Gas Company, and I'm the manager of the energy efficiency programs.
Mr. Casey, you have what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my testimony on the case,
Which testimony, Mr. Casey?
my direct testimony.
Mr. Casey, was this testimony prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Are there any changes or corrections that you want to make to your testimony at this time?
No, there's a minor change that was made to the errata, but other than that, no.
And if I asked you these same questions today that is in your testimony, would you provide these same answers pursuant to the errata filing?
I would.
Mr. Casey, I'm now going to move to what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit Number 2.
Okay,
Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
What is it?
It's the program plan that we filed for.
Mr. Casey, what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit Number 2?
Yes. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the errata to the exhibit.
Okay. And was this errata prepared at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Are there any changes or corrections that you'd like to make to your errata?
No.
If is this errata information true and correct today?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Casey, what you also have what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit Number 3 in front of you. Do you know what this document is?
Yes, it's my rebuttal testimony.
And was this testimony prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Are there any changes or corrections that you'd like to make to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
If I asked you these questions today, would you provide me the same answers?
I would.
And are these answers true and correct?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit NMGC Exhibit number 1, NMGC Exhibit number 2, and NMGC Exhibit number 3 into the record.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, exhibits 1, 2, and 3 for New Mexico Gas Company are admitted.
Hearing Examiner, I have no other questions for the witness, and I tender for further examination.
All right. We will start with the Attorney General. Mr. Gedko?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Casey. My name is Kevin Gedko, and I represent the Office of the Attorney General. And I have a few different areas of questions this morning, and hopefully it can be an enjoyable process. I want to start on a topic of that I've labeled as transparency with this question of how many gas-fueled space heating systems is the company planning to promote each year in its proposed energy efficiency plan?
How many different systems or the participation numbers?
Let's start with the number of systems that are proposed, and I understand that. Am I correct to understand that differentiation you just made to be between how many you would propose to be included, and then as opposed to the number that are actually used by participants? Is that correct?
Yeah, the question that I asked for participation versus the number of systems is, for instance, we have a 95% AFUE system and a 97% AFUE furnace. We have boilers, and then there's some different participants for each of those that we've estimated.
Okay, then I'm curious as to the total number of gas-fueled space heating systems that the company is planning to promote each year.
If you'll bear with me, I probably need to look at that just to double check.
Okay.
It looks to be approximately about 12 different types of systems that we're promoting.
Okay, and taking in all 12 different types, do you know what the total number of units of gas-fueled space heating systems that the company is planning to promote each year?
We've estimated the participation in those particular space heating is approximately around 700.
Okay. And do you know how many gas-fueled water heating systems the company is planning to promote each year in total?
Yes, that number is, let's see, for either storage tank or tankless systems, there's 8 different systems that we're promoting.
Okay, and for those 8 different systems, if we total up the number of units per system that you anticipate to be received by participants in each year, can you tell us what that total is?
It's not quite 600.
Not quite 600. So Do I understand, going back to the space heating systems that you're planning to promote each year, and I understood your answer to be approximately 700. Is another way of stating that you anticipate 700 furnace replacements per year of the 3-year program?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that a revised number from when your workbook was issued in Discovery?
I don't believe so. No, I mean, those are approximations. I believe in Discovery, I gave a more accurate figure than that.
Okay. Because if I were to point you to Mr. Takahashi's direct testimony, his interpretation of the workbook, he testified that the company plans to provide 310 rebates for gas-fueled space heating equipment replacements annually under the space heating program. So is my difference in number there between 310 and 700 because I identified 310 within the space heating program, whereas the 700 encompasses the totality of the programs that you offer?
Yes, just looking at the numbers here that we provided in the program plan, it is probably closer to the 300 figure. I may have been mistaken when I said approximately 700. I was looking at another measure under the space heating program that is not a furnace or a boiler.
Okay. And can you clarify what that other system would be that would not be a furnace or a boiler for the other systems?
Under our space heating program, we've got the furnaces and boilers. We also have smart thermostats, insulation, and duct sealing, air sealing measures are all under the space heating program.
Okay, so replacement of heating systems or boilers is approximately 300.
Correct.
Okay, and I don't recall from a couple minutes ago, there was a number given for water heating system replacements, and I'm wondering if does any correction need to be made as to the approximate level of those based on the way that you were reading the chart on the spot here?
No, I believe that the number I provided was correct. I think I said 500.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. In those numbers for space heating system, gas-fueled space heating system replacements and gas-fueled water heating system replacements, in the numbers that you just gave, are low income and business customers? Oh, first, let me rephrase. Are low income and business customers offered gas-fueled space and water heating system replacements?
Yes, they are.
And do you know how many low income customers are anticipated for replacements in each year of the program?
For the replacements under those under our space heating and water heating programs, we do not know that figure of how many low-income customers may participate under those particular programs.
And do you know the number of business customers that would participate? Or do you have an estimate of the number of business customers that would participate?
I do not have exact figure on the number of commercial customers that would participate. I believe it's in the range of usually with the furnace or boilers, it's more smaller commercial customer. And we'd probably be looking in the vicinity of around 40 or so.
And is that for space heating equipment? The estimate?
Yes. Yes, space heating equipment.
And do you also have an estimate for water heating equipment for those small commercial customers?
Yes, out of that 500 figure I gave you, approximately, looks like approximately 40, 45 would be for commercial.
Okay. And so then this next question is going to be redundant, but it'll help for clarity. The number of commercial customers that are anticipated to have gas fueled space and water heating system replacements, that number is included in the numbers that you gave at the start of questioning for the overall numbers. It's not a number that we would add in addition to your estimates of 700 space heating and 500 water heating, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then turning to other programs, and just 3 of them I have, are customers offered gas fueled space and water heating system replacements under the income qualified program?
I'm sorry you cut out there. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Are customers offered any gas fueled space and water heating system replacements under the income qualified program?
Yes, they can be, yes.
And do you have estimated numbers of participants per year for customers in the income qualified program that would utilize gas fueled space and water heating system replacements?
We do not have that number. No, for the most part, our low income programs include measures that aren't related to the replacement of a water heating system or a space heating system. However, some, such as the ones under the MFA, our Weatherization Assistance Program, there are sometimes replacements of water heaters and furnaces, but I don't have that exact number.
Okay. Would the funding for that replacement, if it's under the MFA program, come from the company, or would it come from, I believe MFA is the Mortgage Finance Authority, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if you did have a replacement under the income qualified program, the incentive to that income qualified customer, would that come from the company or from the MFA?
It's my understanding that the funding that New Mexico Gas Company provides to MFA is sometimes supplemented by other funding sources. So if our funding, it wasn't cost effective to utilize our funding mechanism for a total replacement, they may use another funding source to supplement the replacement of that furnace.
Okay. And that triggers the question, when there are incentives for low-income customers for replacements, are those incentives, and I think you just answered this, but I didn't understand well enough, are those incentives to those low-income customers equal to the total cost of the space and water heating system replacement, or just to the incremental cost from a minimum system to a more efficient system that is chosen?
And all of our programs that are under our, what we refer to as our income qualified program, there's a total funding mechanism. And so it's not just necessarily, it's for efficient equipment. So efficient equipment is installed as part of it. And it's not just for the incremental cost. So there would be some funding to replace that furnace. It would be a high efficiency furnace. And I'm not exactly sure what under MFA, when they replace a furnace, exactly how much of our funding they use to replace that furnace with a high efficiency furnace.
So setting aside not knowing exactly how much of the gas company's funding is used by MFA to do that replacement, if a $6,000 system is total cost is installed in a low income participant's home as a replacement, is all $6,000 covered by MFA?
I don't have that information. I don't know.
Okay. All right. I think. Okay. Okay. Turning to the Efficient Buildings Program, are customers that participate in the Efficient Buildings Program offered any gas-fueled space and water heating system replacements?
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
And do you have numbers for the anticipated participants in the Efficient Buildings Program to receive gas-fueled heating system replacements?
In most cases, what we refer to as prescriptive, in other words, replacements that we just talked about with some of those, the numbers that I provided to you, there's some direct rebates for those particular smaller systems, if you will, which would be more for small or medium business customers. The larger customers on our system that are eligible for the energy efficiency rebates would fall under what we refer to as custom, in that our implementer would work with the commercial customer and to see exactly if it makes sense for them to replace the boiler system or heating system. And then there would be some calculations made of what it would take to replace that with a higher efficiency system. And we would provide a customer a rebate on a system that would make sense.
And so for the smaller medium customers that you identified within that Efficient Buildings Program, do you know the number of gas-fueled space and water heating system replacements that are anticipated per year in the program?
I believe I mentioned earlier that it was around approximately 30 or 40.
Got it. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that was 30 or 40 for water heating and then 30 or 40 for space heating.
Approximately, yes. A little bit more for the water heating that we anticipate than the space heating.
And for those large customers that you described that receive the custom treatment, do you have an estimate of the number of those customers that would participate per year in receiving gas-fueled space or water heating equipment?
No, I don't have a number estimated for replacement of those systems.
Okay. Are you aware of replacements that have occurred in the past for those large custom customers?
Yes.
Do you know how many maybe occurred in over the last course of the last 3-year plan?
For the larger systems, usually a boiler system, I believe there's over the last 3 years, it's probably we're around maybe 7 or 8.
Okay. And do you define what those large customers are by the number of therms? And I'm not a technical expert, used per year by that customer? Or maybe I should ask more generally, how do you define a large customer as opposed to what we identified as small and medium customers?
Okay, so the rate classifications that are eligible for our energy efficiency programs for commercial are what we refer to as rate 54 and rate 56. Rate 54 are commercial customers that use 200,000 therms annually or less. And medium volume customers are those that use between 200,000 and 2 million.
And if medium is between 200,000 and 2 million, then the large customers that receive custom treatment, are they over 2 million therms per year?
No, let me clarify that. So we have 3 rate classifications for our commercial customers: rate 54, 56, and 58. Rate 58 would be customers that use over 2 million therms per year. So when I was saying larger customers that are eligible for our energy efficiency programs, that would be our rate 56 customers, which would use between 200,000 and 2 million. But even 200,000, even in our small volume customers, which is rate 54, anything over 100,000 therms per year is starting to get to a point where we would consider them a large user.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to change topics now and talk a little bit about cost effectiveness. If you compare a new high efficiency gas furnace to a new electric heat pump, which system would save more gas?
I can't answer that question. We've never compared our high efficiency gas furnaces to an electric heat pump.
Is it a correct understanding that an electric heat pump would not use gas to operate?
It's my understanding that an electric heat pump would not use gas. That's correct.
And a new high efficiency gas furnace would still use gas to operate, correct?
That's correct.
So if we compared a system that uses gas to operate, like a new high efficiency gas furnace, to a system that does not use gas to operate, like a new electric heat pump system, could you determine that the system that uses gas would use more gas than the system that doesn't use gas?
Well, simplicity, making the answer to that, I guess, would be if you're not using any gas at all, then yes, it would use less gas than a system that does use gas.
Yeah, sometimes we have to ask simple, stupid questions. Please don't take any offense.
No, none taken, and I didn't mean to answer that way as well. I was just trying to me, there's both of them use an energy, whether it's electric or gas. But we've never compared our gas systems to an electric heat pump or any other electric system.
Okay. NMAG, our witness, Mr. Takahashi, testified that a new gas heating system with approximately a 95% efficiency rating saves about 16% as compared to an older gas heating system with an 80% efficiency rating. Do you agree with his estimate of a savings of approximately 16%.
I'd agree that the 16% is an approximate savings of a 95% AFUE over an 80% AFUE. If I can clarify though, 80% AFUE is the standard furnace. It's not necessarily an older furnace. It's a standard furnace that can be purchased today on the market. And that's why we try to incentivize customers to go with a higher efficiency furnace, which would be 95% AFUE or above, rather than them purchasing the 80% AFUE furnace.
Okay. So if going back to the simplistic question I asked about an electric heat pump system not using gas and therefore using less gas than a very efficient gas fuel heating system. If we assume the same amount of rebate for that efficient gas fueled system or an electric heat pump system, which system is more cost effective using the utility cost test?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never run a cost effectiveness test for a heat pump.
Would the company agree that the program costs, assuming that same amount of rebate, would be the same for both measures?
Well, if I understand you correctly, you're saying it would same amount of rebate for one system over another. What if that would have any kind of effect on our program or our program budget?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to state it a little more clearly. Just taking the assumption that if you had two programs, one was to provide incentives / rebates for a gas fueled system, and a second program where you provide incentives / rebates for an electric heat pump system. If those rebates were the same, would the program costs be the same for those two programs?
Objection, Brian Haverly.
What is your objection, Mr. Haverly?
Madam Hearing Examiner, my witness is clear to say that he has not run any of these things compared to heat pumps. He hasn't done that analysis. So I believe that asking him these questions is really an asked and answered. He said he hasn't done this analysis, so he doesn't know.
Take that into consideration, please, Mr. Goodko, as you continue questioning Mr. Casey. Since Mr. Casey has in fact stated that he has not done that analysis, establishing through additional questions that same point does not seem productive.
I'll try to ask it more generally, as it speaks to an overall question of economics of if two programs have the same rebate, and you assess many programs, I understand, when you develop an energy efficiency portfolio. Would two programs with the same rebates and incentives have the same program cost to the company?
In general, if we had two different programs with the same rebates, yes, it would have the same impact.
And in running the utility cost test, is additional electricity use included in the UCT, the utility cost test, for a gas utility?
No, when we run the UCT for our programs, we just take into consideration the therm usage, and there Under the UCT, electric usage is not part of the formula.
Okay. All right. Switching a little bit topics. How many years do new gas space heating systems typically operate?
Working under the technical resource manual, which is provided to the utilities by measurement and verification, independent measurement and verification evaluator. Furnaces are approximately 18 years and boilers are approximately 20.
Okay. And for how many years do new gas water heating systems typically operate according to that technical resource manual provided by the M&V evaluator?
Right. Depending on the system, whether it's a tankless or storage tank, it can run anywhere from 15 to 20 years.
So is it correct that the new gas and water heating systems that will be incentivized under the company's 2023 to 2025 program are expected to continue operating and using gas well beyond 2030, the year 2030, which is 7 years away from right now?
Yes, that's correct.
This is the reporter. I was kicked out.
Oh, no.
Hello?
Hi, yes, are you back in the waiting room then? At Ms. Hoyman, and at what point
Can we go off the record?
yes, it's 10:46 a.m. and we are
Yeah.
off the record.
I was kicked. Okay, thank you. I was kicked out. I still do not have internet. I'm attempting to connect through a hotspot, and that's not working either. So I have called in. I have been out for a few minutes. The last question and answer I have. One moment. Question. So going back to the simplistic question I asked about an electric heat pump system not using gas and therefore using less gas than a very efficient gas fuel heating system, if we assume the same amount of rebate for that efficient gas fueled system or an electric heat pump system, which system is more cost effective using the utility cost test? Answer, I don't know the answer to that. I've never run cost effectiveness tests for a heat pump. And I cannot get back in. So I can do it on the phone until I can get internet back. Hello?
Thank you, Ms. Hoyman. I don't have an objection to your continuing to transcribe the hearing over the phone. Does anyone participating in the hearing have an objection?
I don't. I was wondering if that was kind of a belabored section of questioning for both myself and the witness, I think, when the reporter was unavailable. Would transcription
Wait, just when coming in, I might have an update on my internet.
Today, I got him reconnecting now.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
There you go.
I understand I'm getting reconnected without our knowledge. Xfinity came out today and started some work without telling us. So they are reconnecting now, so I can go a few minutes. I don't know what you want to do about the section that's missing. If it was belabored, I could go to the YouTube and transcribe it, but that would require a separate part of the transcript with a separate certificate, because that's a transcription as opposed to reporting it live.
I think that would be fine, Ms. Hoyman. Why don't we do that for the section that's missing?
Okay.
And why don't we take a 5-minute break now and to allow Ms. Hoyman's internet hopefully to be reestablished?
Okay, should we put something, I would ask that we put something on the record regarding that I'm going to transcribe from the YouTube.
Okay, I'll do that when we go back on the record, which
All right.
will be at 10:55.
Thank you. I apologize to everyone.
No, thank you, Ms. Hoyman. We know there have been issues for everyone lately. All right, so we are going to continue off the record until 10:55, and hopefully we'll be able to restart with full internet for our court reporter.
Thank you.
Ready to connect.
Coming on?
No.
Looks like there's 3 connected.
Well, I got the Solus connected, but I got off of it because I thought I would have it here.
Just stay on. Not yet.
Motherfuckers.
Huh, where did you hear about what happened with asshole across the street?
Madam Court Reporter, you are still on the phone, just FYI.
Hello?
Yes. Is this Miss?
Yes, my sincere apologies. I cannot get back on right now, but I can do it through the telephone. I apologize. We've been trying to get Xfinity out here for weeks to fix something, and then they came out today without telling us and then just cut everything. So I
Okay,
apologize.
well, totally understand these things happen all the time. So
Yes, but not usually.
no, that's true. We'll go ahead and go back in the record. I will have our public commenter. Let me make sure she's still in the.
And I saw her come in. I saw Melissa. I need a last name.
Right. Hold on a moment. Although actually I don't see her now. Unless that's you, the 1831 number, Miss
That is
Hoyman?
me. Yes, that's my phone.
All right. Oh, okay. I do see our public commenter still on the line. Hold on a minute.
Certainly.
Ready, isn't it?
Okay. It's Melissa Montoya.
Montoya, thank you.
All right, we are going to go back on the record now in the matter of 22-00232. And there are two items of business before we go back to Mr. Casey's testimony. First, because of interruption in internet access for our court reporter, a portion of this morning's testimony was not transcribed. So Ms. Hoyman will be transcribing that section of Mr. Casey's testimony from our YouTube feed. And we'll be providing that separately as part of the transcript of the proceeding. Is there any comment from the parties, any of the parties on that point?
This is Kevin Gecko. I only had one thought, and just because we're seeing the difficulties of technology, I don't know if there'll be a chance to verify that YouTube is there at some point before the end of the hearing. I'm being a worrywart. I'm sure it is, but.
Well, I would say, Mr. Gidko, that I do have a message on my screen that indicates that the YouTube is currently recording live. So we'll double check it at our lunch break. Thank you. Secondly, we did have an individual signed up to provide public comment, Ms. Melissa Montoya. So I am going to ask Ms. Montoya to go ahead with her public comment at this time, and we'll restart with Mr. Casey when that's concluded. Ms. Montoya, why don't you go ahead? Ms. Montoya?
Hello?
All right. Yes, is this Miss Melissa Montoya?
It was the reporter.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Hoyman. Yes, Ms. Montoya has not responded. So we're going to return to Mr. Casey's testimony at this time. Are you prepared for that, Ms. Hoyman?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Haverly, Mr. Casey, Mr. Gedko, why don't we go ahead and continue with the cross-examination of Mr. Casey?
Okay, thank you. I don't recall if we had an answer or not, so I'm just going to restate my last question, Mr. Casey. We had just covered the anticipated lives of new gas space heating systems and gas water heating systems. And answers varied anywhere from 15 to 20 year approximations. And so then I asked, it's correct to understand that new gas, space, and water heating systems incentivized in the gas company's 2023 to 2025 energy efficiency program are anticipated to operate well beyond the year 2030. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in various testimony, we've seen reference to the governor's 2019 executive order, which set the state's greenhouse gas emissions savings target of 45% by 2030. Are you familiar with that?
I'm somewhat familiar with that.
Would these new gas systems that will be installed under the company's rebate program help the state achieve the greenhouse gas reduction target, or make it harder for the state to achieve a target of 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2030?
Objection, Brian Haverly.
What is your objection, Mr. Haverly?
Irrelevant, Madam Hearing Examiner. Greenhouse gas emissions are not part of the Efficient Use of Energy Act or the Commission's efficiency rules. So greenhouse gases, questions about greenhouse gases and their emissions are irrelevant to New Mexico Gas Company's plan.
I am gonna grant your objection, and Mr. Gedko, I'm assuming that this is going to be addressed in your expert's testimony.
Well, it may already be addressed in certain ways in existing testimony in the case, but it won't in testimony that I'm able to create due to the objection, the inability to conduct friendly cross-examination in these hearings.
Mr. Gedko, I will allow you 2 questions on this topic, and then we need to move forward.
Okay. Then question number 1. Mr. Casey, would the gas systems installed through the company's rebate program in its 2023 to 2025 plan make it easier or harder for the state to achieve a greenhouse gas emissions reduction of 45% by 2030?
I can't answer that as I don't know the plan well enough to understand whether that would help or not.
Okay. Does the company, and this is, I think, on another topic, I'm not going to take my question 2 right on that one, is, does the company have a policy that you are aware of with respect to reductions of greenhouse gas emissions in the state of New Mexico?
I'm not aware of a policy that the company has regarding that.
Are you aware that in its most recent rate case application, a statement was made by Vice President Wasseen that the company supports efforts to achieve the greenhouse gas emissions reductions that were laid out in the governor's 2019 executive order?
I'm aware that the company has made that statement, or that Vice President Wasseen did make that comment.
So my previous question of whether you're aware of a policy that the company has towards the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, given the statement that you're aware of that Mr. Wasseen made, would it be correct to understand that it reflects the policy that your company has towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, I know the statement was made, but I'm not sure what policy we have that supports that.
Okay. My understanding, is it correct to understand that in the gas company's service territory, 80% of homes use natural gas, water, and heating systems?
Yes, that's my understanding, the approximation.
And if the state wanted to reach a 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, do you think that continued use of natural gas, water, and heating systems in 80% of homes would allow the state to achieve that goal?
Objection, Brian Haverly.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Haverly. Go ahead, Mr. Casey, and answer the question.
I'm not aware how much of an impact that would have on the state's goals.
The company's current plan is a 3-year proposal, correct?
That's correct.
So the next time a plan will come around be for implementation in 2026, is that correct?
That would be correct, yes.
And so any changes with respect to the company's efforts to reduce the amount of gas appliances used through its energy efficiency programs, if not administered in the current plan, would not go into effect until 2026 at the earliest, correct?
Well, the way that the rule currently is, the utilities come every 3 years, and so the next fine that New Mexico Gas Company would be for a program year that would start in 2026. That's correct.
If it was determined that a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions was needed in the 80% of homes that are served within your service territory by gas-fueled equipment, would you have confidence that 4 years would provide a meaningful period of time for significant levels of change?
Objection, Brian Haverly.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Haverly. Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Well, under my understanding of the way the energy efficiency rule is written, I don't take into consideration greenhouse gas reductions. Only programs that will benefit our customers in the reduction of natural gas usage by trying to influence the customers to purchase high efficiency gas equipment.
Was everyone able to hear that answer? I was experiencing, or there seemed to be some lag on the internet connection. Casey, your response, Mr. Casey.
Okay. Yes, my response was, I believe, to the question that was asked, is that I don't take into consideration greenhouse gas reduction when I'm developing our programs. I look at the way to hopefully have programs that benefit our customers in the reduction of the natural gas usage by providing rebates or incentives to customers to purchase high efficiency gas equipment as opposed to the standard code equipment that's out there right now in order to save natural gas usage. But I do not take into consideration greenhouse gas reduction when developing my programs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Casey. Go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
I think I'm going to move on to the next topic, Mr. Casey. Does the company think it is important to coordinate with electric utilities, the PRC, state legislators, and the governor, other state regulatory agencies, and its customers to achieve the state's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals?
Objection, Brian Haverly.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Haverly. Go ahead, Mr. Casey, and respond to the question.
Well, it's my current position. I'm not in a place to state whether it's in the company's best interest to work with all these legislators or other utilities on helping reduce, or I'm sorry, meeting the governor's or state's policies regarding emissions. I don't think I'm in a place to answer that question.
I don't know if you'll need to go there, but I'm referencing now your direct testimony. And it's on page 4. It starts on page 13. What you speak about there is that the gas company offers a free energy efficient showerhead package. And the packages are provided in collaboration with Public Service Company of New Mexico's Home Energy Checkup Program. Is that program still in effect, that sharing, that coordination?
Yes.
And did you reach out to PNM to establish that relationship?
We've been in constant contact with PNM and the other utilities regularly for several years, or almost ever since the beginning of our programs back in 2009. about where we can coordinate or potentially collaborate on programs. I did approach P&M when they began their home energy checkup program, knowing that most homes do have natural gas water heating. And I thought it would benefit P&M and the customer if we collaborated with P&M on that particular program and provided shower heads and faucet aerators to those customers while P&M was in the home for those customers that did have natural gas water heating.
And I apologize for not knowing. Do you know whether SPS and EPE have a similar program to that home energy checkup program?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Have you spoken to SPS or EPE about the possibility of collaborating on the installation of the energy efficient shower head package?
I recall we've had discussions in the past. I believe that they also provide a shower head kit to their customers. And so there was never really a good place for us to collaborate on that, from what I recall, with SPS or El Paso Electric.
Okay. Okay. I want to turn now to your rebuttal testimony on page 7, starting at line 20.
Let's see here.
It can be a little confusing because there was just a slight error in that it got filed still with it saying direct at the top. But it's the rebuttal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Getko, could you tell me what page number you're referring to again?
Page 7, line 20.
Okay.
There at the bottom of the page at line 20, is it correct that you testified, and I'm just going to read so we know where we're at. When NMGC did engage with the investor-owned electric utilities and the home energy report implementers, it became apparent that electric and natural gas utilities would target different customers. Electric utilities target homes with high electric use, especially those with all electric homes. NMGC wants to target customers with high natural gas usage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What is the threshold that you use for determining high use for the electric utility?
I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to talk with the electric utilities.
And what would the threshold be for high use for the gas company? What would the threshold be for determining high use?
I'm not sure if there's a threshold that we would use. We would look at customers' usage and look at our average customers, what their usage is, and most likely look at customers with higher usage than our average customer would use, and look at those as well. Most of the time, it would be looking at again customers with furnaces and water heaters that use natural gas would fall into that category.
So all customers that use water heaters or space heaters that are fueled by natural gas are considered to be customers with high natural gas usage?
If I said that, I misspoke. It's not necessarily everybody that uses space heating and water heating natural gas wise. It would be more those customers that go beyond what the average usage would be of our customer base.
And in the implementation of your programs, do you make specific determinations of which customers are high usage and therefore tailor greater efforts to those customers?
Not in any of the programs. We're talking about the Home Energy Reports program here and differentiating where we would be targeting different customers than the electric companies would. And that's when we would probably most likely be looking at customers with higher natural gas usage than the average. But all of our other programs, we don't take into consideration high gas usage or not.
And in this current in the Home Energy Report program, did I understand correctly that you don't change who you do outreach to based on the measure of their gas usage?
Well, we haven't had this program before. This is the program that we're proposing, and looking at the proposals to the RFP regarding on the Home Energy Reports, it was recommended that we work with our program implementer on which customers would be targeted, and it was discussed that we would look at customers with higher usage or customers that would live in low-income areas.
Was an estimate made of how effective you would be at reaching high usage customers versus normal usage customers when you calculated your UCT values for the Home Energy Report program?
No.
Is it possible that customers could have both high electric and high gas usage?
I would imagine that there's customers out there that have high usage in both utilities, yes.
And so if there are customers that have both high electric and high gas usage, and electric utilities want to target customers with high electric use, and the gas company wants to target customers with high natural gas usage, would it be possible that the gas company might target similar customers for Home Energy Reports as the electric utilities?
There's the potential for that to happen, yes.
And if the gas company were to offer heat pumps, if it's theoretical, is there a chance that the gas company could target similar customers for heat pumps as the electric utilities?
Objection. Brian Haverly calls for speculation.
Your objection is noted. Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Mr. Getko, it's hard for me to answer that question because I've never looked at the company offering heat pumps.
I think I'll leave it. Does the gas company think it would be an inefficient use of resources overall for two utilities to target the same customer with the same offer?
Well, I don't believe that we'd be having the same offering. What we offer as the gas utility aren't the same as what the electric utilities offer, or vice versa. So I don't think we'd be targeting with the same the same offering.
If the gas company were to offer a program to a customer that provided the same amount of energy savings as a program that an electric utility would provide to a customer. For example, the gas company offers a gas system that offers a 10% efficiency improvement on overall energy used by the customer. And the electric company offers a system that offers an overall 10% energy usage improvement for the customer. So for the purposes of energy used by the customer, it's equivalent. Would it be inefficient if both the gas company and an electric company were to target the same customer with their individual programs?
Well, I believe you're talking about two different energy sources, so it's hard to compare electric versus gas. So I can't imagine us offering the same. You're looking at 10% energy usage by the electric companies. I'm assuming you're talking about electric energy, and the gas company would be talking about gas usage. And it's hard to compare the energy usage reduction for either one. That would be what I would refer to as the same offering.
If we posited hypothetically that that was possible, then would it be inefficient for two different utilities to target the same customer with their programs?
I believe if you're talking, you're trying to have a communication with the customer about what's in their best interest and how to reduce their energy bills, then I don't think it would be inefficient necessarily for two different utilities to tell customers the same thing.
And if one utility were able to present both options to a customer versus two utilities separately presenting one the one option and the other option, would it be more efficient if one utility were to be able to present those options in a neutral manner to that customer?
Well, I'm not sure. It's hard for me to wrap my head around exactly what you're asking or what you're referencing as far as being more efficient for one utility to offer the same offering as another utility. And would it be more efficient for one utility to do that versus two? I'm just not exactly following the logic on that.
Yeah, my thinking was just going to, I think in reading the application and testimonies, there's costs that the utility incurs for program outreach, advertising, education, mailers, emails. Those are costs that go into the program costs, correct?
Correct.
And so if two different companies were to incur costs for outreach versus one company incurring costs for outreach, would there be fewer costs as far as that outreach goes if just one company was doing the outreach as opposed to it being doubled up by a second company?
Well, again, to me, with the New Mexico Gas Company being a natural gas utility, and what we would be communicating or talking with customers about versus the electric companies and what they would be talking about would be two different things. I believe, if I follow what you're asking, if there were two electric companies making the same offering to a customer, then I could see that being duplicative and wouldn't be very efficient for the same messaging to get to that customer But to me, there's going to be different messaging from the natural gas company than there would be from the electric company.
I apologize. I do want to get past this, but I feel like I'm just not quite getting there. I'm going to change it just a tiny bit, because I did ask, I tried to posit in a hypothetical that the information from both companies was provided by one company, but if there's a third-party implementer and that third-party implementer was able to provide agnostic, without judgment information as to two different programs for energy efficiency measures, one from an electric company and another one from the gas company, versus two different companies providing their own information individually to the same customer, would you anticipate that outreach costs, advertising costs, educational costs would be lower if the third-party implementer were able to provide the totality of the information through one source?
I believe that there's a possibility there but just to go back a little bit and forgive me if I keep going back to this, but a natural gas utility is going to be talking with customers typically through the winter months and be talking about things that can happen with a customer. So when we're talking about home energy reports, and we're talking about maybe 4 to 6 reports a year for a particular customer from the natural gas utility, it would probably be getting those somewhere between the fall and spring. An electric company with high air conditioning costs and peaking in the summertime would be reaching out to those customers again 5 or 6 times per year to talk about electric usage and what they could do. So 5 to 6 times per utility, but if you have one company doing that, now you're talking about 10 to 12 times a year. So I'm not sure if there'd be a savings overall or not.
So are the 5 to 6 outreaches that the gas company does all in consecutive months during the winter?
Not necessarily, but like I said before, usually sometime between spring and fall is where we would have that outreach to our customers.
Between fall and spring, right? Starting in the fall and finishing in the spring.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. Yeah, from fall to spring.
But customers use their water heaters year round, correct?
That's correct.
So a different angle on a customer being approached by 2 different utilities. Do you think it could be confusing to customers for two utilities? Let's think about the spring. The end of spring is March. The start of spring is March. The end of winter is March. Would it be fair that might be a time period during which both an electric utility reaches out to a customer and a gas utility reaches out to a customer? Because, as you said, you're more inclined to reach out during those winter months, and electric utilities more inclined to reach out during those spring going through the summer months.
Objection, Brian Haverly.
What is your objection, Mr. Haverly?
It's speculation. It's asking my witness to ponder what somebody else might find as confusing. That's pure speculation.
I'm going to grant your objection, Mr. Haverly. Mr. Gedko, if you could move on.
Can I was hoping to respond. Would I be granted to respond?
Go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
The witness raised the possibility and raised it as the reality that's being faced in order to give an answer. So I don't understand how that's speculation when the witness presented that information, and I think it was informative information to provide. Now I'm simply asking a question based on the information that the witness provided.
Well, I believe that what the impact might be on customers of various utility companies when they receive various pieces of information. Although the answer to that might be, facially obvious, I do believe that it's calling for speculation.
Thank
So
you.
I am going to sustain the objection and ask you to please move on.
Thank you, and I'll ask it more simply. If a customer were to receive outreach from 2 utilities, targeting them with 2 different types of water and space heating measures during the period in which they were trying to make a decision as to what water or space heating measures they were going to purchase, could it be confusing to the customers?
Objection, Brian Haverly, same objection.
I mean, your objection is noted, Mr. Haverly. I will allow Mr. Casey to answer this question, and then I will again ask Mr. Gedko to move on to another topic.
Okay.
So if I understand your question correctly, Mr. Gedko, would it be confusing for the customer if they were to receive information from one utility about space and water heating options, and then they received from the other utility or another utility information about space and water heating options? Would that be confusing to the customer? I would say that no. Just as you get information in the mail almost daily, it seems, on windows from different window offering or different window manufacturers. Is it confusing, or is it just options that a customer has that they can look into and arrive at their own conclusion on what they'd like to do? So I don't believe it would be confusing to receive information from 2 different utilities.
Okay. Moving on, is the gas company aware of that there will be federal incentives for weatherization, heat pumps, and electric panel upgrades during the time frame of the current plan?
Yes, I am aware that there's potential for tax credits and rebates, and that most likely will come to fruition during the 3-year plan.
And that would be in the Inflation Reduction Act, is that correct?
That's my understanding. That's one of the resources, correct.
And could you name any other resources that are available? I'm asking because you said it's one of the resources.
I just have a general understanding that there might be something that comes from the state as well. And there's always that possibility that there might be some other options out there for customers to take advantage of.
Would the company be open to further coordination with the commission when more detailed information about these federal incentives becomes available in order to incorporate them into the 2023 to 2025 plan?
Objection, Brian Haverly, vague.
I'm going to allow the question.
Well, historically, there's been tax credits out there and other things for customers to potentially take advantage of since I've been doing this. And it's when developing plans for our customers, I don't take into consideration potential rebates or tax credits or things that might be out there. We encourage customers to look into those and to possibly help with their decision making but those aren't things that I take into consideration when I develop my programs.
You do take into consideration costs that customers would face when you make prognostications as to the number of participants in programs, or do you not?
Under the ECT, we don't take into consideration the cost to the customer on purchase of equipment or measures.
Do you think the cost of equipment would affect whether a participant to affect in some degree whether a participant would choose to participate or not?
I would assume that a customer always takes into consideration the cost of any particular piece of equipment or a measure when deciding what they would like to do.
So if federal incentives came along that made it more affordable for a customer to install a new space heating appliance, could that affect the number of participants that you anticipate participating in the 2023 to 2025 space heating program?
I guess it would depend on exactly how much they're talking about and what effect it would have on the customer's decision making. But again, those aren't things that I take into consideration when developing our programs.
Would on a broad level, would you be opposed? Would the company be opposed to a single 3-year planning energy efficiency docket for all utilities in the state, with workshops in advance of those plan submissions in the interest of facilitating coordination?
I know the company would be willing to do whatever the commission pleases as long as it would involve all the utilities and the various stakeholders.
Are there, I believe you testified to there being certain difficulties that you had engaged in coordination efforts, and that sometimes it could be difficult. Is that a fair summation of a certain portion of your testimony?
To clarify, are you saying difficult on coordinating with the electric utilities? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
There can be some difficulties for various reasons. One's not, it's not necessarily just in when we each apply for our programs, but there may be other things such as putting out RFPs and coordinating the having the same evaluator do program plans, et cetera, or I'm sorry, programs, I should say.
Would the company oppose an effort would the company oppose a third-party coordinator that would coordinate energy efficiency for the entire state?
Well, again, we'd have to, it's hard for me to say whether we'd oppose that or not. I would think we would want to look at exactly what all that would entail. And as long as all the other utilities and the commission would agree that that's the best approach going forward, then I'm sure that we would be a part of that decision making, and but there's a lot to take into consideration that I'm not aware of to be able to say whether we would be opposed or not.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next topic then and try to keep moving.
Thank you, Mr. Gedko.
So now I'm referring to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 1 through 3. And there's a statement there that the EUEA, the Efficient Use of Energy Act, mandates use of the UCT, the utility cost test, is the only cost effectiveness test to be used in New Mexico to evaluate energy efficiency programs. Is that the statement that you made in your testimony there?
Yes, it is.
Where in the Efficient Use of Energy Act does it state that the company is precluded from including any cost effectiveness tests other than the UCT in its plan filings?
I don't believe that there's anywhere that states that it precludes using these others, just that UCT is the cost effectiveness test to be used by utilities.
As the only cost effectiveness test to be used by the utilities?
That's my understanding, that that's what the utilities have to meet, is the UCT, cost effectiveness test.
But if other tests could provide value in evaluating the efficiency of your programs, does the statute preclude you from running other tests to understand the functionality of your programs?
Well, as stated, I don't believe that anywhere in there it says precludes us from running any other tests, but my understanding is that all the other tests wouldn't be relevant as long as the statute states that we meet the UCT, and that's the only cost effectiveness test that is of importance and that the utilities have to meet.
Okay, and so for the company, a screening with the UCT test is typically used to decide whether to include or exclude measures from the company's portfolio. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
Is a screening with the utility cost test typically used by the company to decide whether to include or exclude measures from the company's portfolio?
Yes, that's when I'm developing the programs, it's required that the overall portfolio meets the UCT test, and I run each measure to see whether they stand alone at meeting the UCT test as well.
And then on page 19 of your direct testimony, line 12, there's a question there that says, how were the criteria identified in the efficiency rule, the EUEA, applied in the program plan selection process? And the answer was cost effectiveness as measured by the UCT was the threshold test. Beyond that, NMGC tried to construct a program plan that would have broad application within eligible customer classes, including the low income segment. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So when you refer to that it's a threshold test, does that mean that you also take other factors into account when deciding whether to include a program? or not?
Well, when looking at programs that we could potentially include in our portfolio, there's a number of things that I take into consideration. One is that are they to benefit our customers or not? Is there are there programs that will that we could include that customers would be able to take advantage of and that pay into the energy efficiency fee? And do they make sense? Are these programs things that customers would benefit from? Do they should to the broad spectrum of most of our customers? And those are things that I look at first. And then if they make sense to me, if they look like there's something that our customers can benefit from, then I would get to the point of, okay, what's it going to take to include that in the offerings? What type of incentive might I be able to put in there? What type of savings would there be? And at that point, then I would run it through the UCT test to see whether it passes that criteria.
And do you run any tests to help you make that determination of whether customers will benefit from a particular program that you assess?
As far as running any tests, no.
So is just an assessment on your part of whether you think it would be something that customers would want to take advantage of?
Yes, and so it's well, I look at other utilities across the country and what they've done and what works for them. Not all programs that they've got work here in New Mexico, but if they look like something that will work, they make sense. We did a technology assessment, in which they also made recommendations of programs that we ought to look at and assess. And we also take a hard look at, is this something that would benefit especially our low-income customers? And so those are the kind of the criteria that I've set for myself to be able to look at programs, and then again run through the UCT to see whether that's something that we could offer in our portfolio.
I might come back to that later, but there's one statement out there that I want to visit, which is, and you refer to it in your testimony, of in the statute 6217(3), it's the policy of the Efficient Use of Energy Act that public utilities, distribution cooperative utilities, and municipal utilities include all cost-effective energy efficiency and load management programs in their energy resource portfolios. Are you familiar with that statute?
Yes.
Policy?
Yes.
I excuse me if I'm wrong. I don't believe you're a lawyer. Sometimes folks like yourself also have a law degree and do this job, but I don't want to ask this question in your capacity as a lawyer, even if you are. But in your work of choosing programs to include in your portfolio, how do you interpret that word all, to include all cost-effective energy efficiency and load management programs in their energy resource portfolios?
Well, just to clarify, I am not a lawyer, but to me, that just takes into consideration just the programs that are out there that I believe, again, benefit our customers here in New Mexico, and that I don't believe there's any programs out there that I haven't run through are cost effectiveness tests that I thought would meet the UCT. And there's not a, so that I guess that's the way I look at it, Mr. Getko, is that just me personally looking at different programs that are out there. I take all of the programs that I see that come across my desk or in my travels to other utilities or other workshops or conferences, and take into consideration all of those programs and whether they would fit into state of New Mexico and that would they would meet the EUEA and run the cost effectiveness test. So that would be my definition of all is there's not any kind of a program that I dismiss that outright without looking at it closely, if it makes sense and benefits our customers and that meets the UCT. In 14 years I've been doing this, I haven't had one program that I've run through that met the UCT that I just dismissed and said, nah, I don't want to do that particular program. So that's the way I would look at that definition.
And when you calculate the UCT, is it correct that you utilize the Energy Information Administration's 2022 annual energy outlook to develop the avoided costs?
That's, I believe, the 2022 is, yes, the latest one, which would be the 2022 avoided cost.
And is that EIA, the Energy Information Administration's annual energy outlook, listed anywhere in the New Mexico statutes or rules as to what you have to use to generate the cost for your UCT calculations?
No.
Okay. So on line 5 of your rebuttal, page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, line 5.
I'm almost there. You said page 11, line 5?
That's correct.
I apologize. It's taking me.
Take your time. I'm dreading the moment I have to try to see all the windows that are open on my left-hand monitor over here.
Okay, page 11, line 5. I've got it.
You state that NMGC did not miss any benefits New Mexico requires in calculating the UCT. Is that correct?
I state here that I did not miss any costs required.
Oh, sorry. And on line 11, you state that the gas company notes that New Mexico defines how the UCT should be applied in statute. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I've stated here. Yes.
Can you tell what language in the statute defines how the UCT should be applied?
I don't have that answer for you readily available. I know that it just states that that the utilities are to use the UCT in defining, in use as the cost effectiveness test. How it should be applied in the statute. Is that without looking at the exact words And I believe it's that the resources are greater than what would be used. Well, I don't want to misquote. I'm sorry, I don't have that. I'd have to look it up.
Would it be fair to say that there's not a list of costs and benefits provided in the statutes or rules for inclusion in the UCT?
I believe that's correct.
Do you think that a calculation of the UCT would be more accurate if more costs and benefits are included in that calculation of the total possible costs and benefits of a program versus if fewer costs and benefits were included in that UCT calculation?
I don't know if I could say that it'd be more accurate or not.
Well, if I wanted to understand the cost of a program and I was able to identify with, by whatever means, 10 costs and 10 benefits. If I were to do a calculation by including 8 of those costs and 8 of those benefits, would that be more or less accurate than if I calculated it by including all 10 costs and all 10 benefits?
Well, I just believe that you're talking about you'd be listing just more cost and benefits. If you had 10 versus 8 or versus 6 or whatever, you would be listing more of a cost and benefits to that particular program. Whether it's more accurate or beneficial, I'm not sure.
Can you explain how it would be less accurate to include a more comprehensive list of costs and benefits?
Objection, Brian Haverly. I witness said he couldn't say one way or the other. He didn't know if it'd be more accurate or not. So this line of questioning has been asked and answered.
Your response, Mr. Gedko?
I'm just trying to understand from by speaking to a witness who has the job of calculating the UCT for years and years and years, how he would conceive of a situation where having less information as to the costs and benefits would be more accurate than having more information as to the costs and benefits. And maybe there's a way, but I don't understand it, and it would be helpful for everybody to understand.
I will allow the question, but then I would ask that you move on, Mr. Gedko. Mr. Casey, if you could respond.
Yes, I did find the definition of the utility cost test in the EUEA. UCT means a standard that is met if the monetary costs that are borne by the public utility and that are incurred to develop, acquire, and operate energy efficiency or load management resources on a life cycle basis are less than the avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources. So those, as defined in the rule, I apply the UCT as defined, and any additional cost or benefits that may be out there from some of the programs or that can be seen in other cost effectiveness tests aren't something that I've taken into consideration when developing the program over the last decade.
Mr. Gedko, how much more do you think you have for Mr. Casey?
Hopefully around a half an hour.
All right, well, why don't we continue until 12:15 and then we'll take a break for lunch, reconvene at 1 o'clock. So Mr. Gedko, why don't you continue?
Okay. So from that statute that you just read, it says less than the UCT is met if the utilities costs are less than the avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources. And so that makes a specific reference to those monetary costs. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
So whether monetary costs were used in other cost effectiveness tests or not, it would seem that the entire amount of monetary costs could be applied as costs in running the UCT, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Are gas pipeline and distribution costs monetary costs that are associated with gas supply resources?
Not from the terms of my energy efficiency program plans, I don't believe.
So are there not costs avoided when gas demand is reduced by the company's energy efficiency programs?
Avoided as far as distribution lines, or I'm not quite, could you clarify your question?
Well, if the gas company's energy efficiency programs reduce the amount of overall demand on the system, would that have the possibility of lowering the amount of distribution costs that the company incurs in distributing its now reduced level of gas?
I don't believe so, but I'm probably not the best person to answer that question, but I think our distribution and transmission lines, the cost for those lines and upkeep on those lines wouldn't be changed as far as reduction in gas that flows through those from our programs.
If you had to replace a pipe and that pipe carried more gas than was necessary due to the reduced gas amount that you had to provide, could you, maybe you're not the right one to ask, a smaller pipe, would it cost less than a larger pipe?
Yeah, I'm not the right person to ask that question.
Are wholesale price suppression effects a type of monetary costs associated with gas supply resources?
I don't know.
Are credit and collection costs to the gas company monetary costs that are associated with the services that the gas company provides?
Are they affected by my energy efficiency programs?
Well, first, just are there credit and collection costs that are monetary costs that are associated with the business that the gas company runs? Just as a basic foundation, do you incur credit and collection costs as a company?
I'm assuming we do, yes.
And if gas demand is reduced and bills go down, would certain credit and collection costs be avoided?
I don't have an answer for that.
Are you aware of whether avoided credit and collection costs have been included in the UCT calculations that the company runs?
I have not taken that into consideration in the UCT calculations, no.
And given that there's state and federal environmental regulations that have to be met by the company, do you know if environmental compliance costs are included in the calculations that you perform?
They are not.
And are reduced risk and increased reliability included in your calculation of UCT benefits?
No.
So moving on to a slightly different subject, and I can refer to discovery as needed, but first it's just that, is it correct that the company does not have estimates of equipment costs since it is not required to in order to evaluate the cost effectiveness of a measure under the UCT?
That's correct. We do not keep a record of cost for equipment.
How does the company and how do you determine the level of incentive to offer participants if you don't have a record of the equipment costs?
So under the UCT, what's the most important thing as far as what we want to offer and how we develop the incentives is the savings that would be realized by the measure or a higher efficient piece of equipment that's installed over a standard piece of equipment. And so determining how much a customer can potentially or estimated to save every year is the driving force basically on how much an incentive or a rebate that we offer to incentivize the customer to purchase higher efficient equipment.
And then in determining the effectiveness of a program, would it be meaningful to compare the potential number of customers that would be eligible for a program to the actual number of customers that participate ultimately in that program?
I apologize. I didn't understand that question. Something about the number of participants?
Well, I've gathered that you make assessments as to how effective a program will be. You talked about what it'll benefit a customers or not, customers that will take advantage of it, whether it makes sense. And if you want to actually measure the effectiveness of a program, because you're interested in whether it's effective, would it be meaningful to compare the potential number of customers that would qualify to the actual number of customers that participate?
Yes, I mean, we take that in consideration, and a lot of the programs that we have been around for a while, so we've got a pretty good idea on the number of participants that we've seen over the course of the years and how much we can expect annually. And of course, we try to use marketing tools or look at the programs every year to tweak them or enhance them to hopefully provide more participation or estimated participation. And then, of course, at the end of every year, utilities are evaluated through the measurement and verification independent evaluator to say exactly how many customers we did have and how much of influence our programs did have on the actual number of customers. And all those are taken into consideration as we go forward and propose new programs and the estimated participation.
I apologize. It's 12:16 now, and I wanted to respect what the hearing examiner said, and it coincides with my nagging cough deciding to raise its voice. So,
Okay.
I think
Well,
it's a
thank you,
good break point.
Mr. Gedko. We will go ahead and break until 1 p.m. So we're going to go off the record now. Thank you very much.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if you would let me into the meeting, I'm going to join.
I will do so. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Miss Ashwyman. We're glad to see you back with us.
Glad to be here via hotspot and cell phones but here we go. Thank you. I apologize to everyone for this morning.
Well, we're glad you're here. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again with Mr. Gedko, but I think to try to reduce some of the bandwidth, I noticed that quite a few people have their video off, and I would suggest that that would be appropriate for anyone who's not actively engaged in testifying or questioning a witness. So we'll go ahead and get back on the record now. All right, we're on the record in 22-00232. And Mr. Gedko with the Attorney General's office is cross-examining New Mexico Gas Company's witness, Steve Casey.
Welcome back, Mr. Casey. I hope you had a good lunch. So where we left off, your response referred to the M&V implementer, the measurement and verification implementer, and the role they have, and that plays into a couple questions I have. Go into your rebuttal testimony at page 13. It's on lines 7 and 8. There's a statement where I'll wait for you to get there. Sometimes when they're simple, I don't wait.
I'm there.
It says the Commission's M&V implementer is responsible for ensuring installed measures provide the required benefits. Can you explain a little bit what you mean by that statement?
Yes. The M&V looks at our programs, and as they do all the utility programs, and to see whether we're expending funds appropriately through our energy efficiency fee. And they, as part of their evaluation, they not only talk about the participation and the savings, but also what other benefits may be the outcome of such programs, and whether the customers are benefiting from those particular programs. So that's what I mean by my response to that.
Do they do a cost effectiveness test from a participant's perspective when they do that evaluation?
They provide the UCT as required under the statute for all the utilities. So that's the cost effectiveness test that they use to determine if the programs meet the cost effectiveness test. So yes, they do use that. So the utilities provide them with the participation levels and the saving levels that we assume, and then they look at those themselves to look at to determine free ridership, et cetera, to come down from the gross savings that a utility may provide to the M&V to what the net savings actually were, and the costs that were actual costs that were involved, and then they are able to determine the final UCT for the actual UCT for the programs.
So they use that data regarding participation in order to run a UCT, if I understood correctly, to make sure that the UCT is still greater than 1.0. Is that correct?
Well, they utilize the costs and the resulting savings, I believe, is the UCT, but they do collect participation levels as well.
So what I just understood there, and I apologize, is they do also have participation levels, but it sounded like that doesn't go into the UCT. Is that into the UCT that the evaluator runs? Is that correct?
That's my understanding. That's correct.
And so when they look at that, you spoke just now about providing some feedback on the participants and how they're benefiting. Is that just like some text that they provide to you, or how do they communicate what you've referred to as that participant information to you?
So what they do as part of their evaluation is that they conduct surveys and talk directly, or even in some cases go out themselves and physically look at the measure that was installed or the equipment that was installed. But they also talk to the participants and survey them on their satisfaction levels and how they came about installing the equipment in the first place, whether the utility has influence on that or not. And then they ask them for several questions regarding how well the programs work, whether they like the programs, if there's some things that could be done in their opinion for the program to be better run, and kind of just a general questions on whether the customers really think these are great programs to have or not.
Okay. So we've talked a little bit about other tests. Have you heard of the participant cost test?
Yes, I have.
Do you know whether it tracks participant costs and participant benefits?
It's my understanding that that test, as well as some others, take into account the costs and incremental costs in some cases.
And do you think that participant costs and participant benefits might be useful information for determining the success that a program has with respect to the participants?
I don't believe that it has any greater benefit than the current UCT test that we've done over the last 10 years. Previous to that, it was the TRC test that did take into account the incremental costs. And I don't believe that either of the costs were of any more benefit than the other on whether they're good for the participant or not.
The UCT looks at cost and benefits in respect to the overall cost and benefits on the utility scale, though. Is that right?
Well, the way we look at that is that is the customer benefiting from the program? Are there savings by participating in some of these offerings? Are there savings greater than they would be if they, purchased a piece of equipment that's standard right now, or if they were able to put in more insulation or that type of a thing? Are they able to reduce their costs and as a benefit to the customer? So that's what we look at when we are taking into account the cost for a program and the savings that come from those programs.
If you looked at participant costs and participant benefits, the costs and benefits to the actual participant, could that be useful information to help you understand whether more customers would participate with a higher or lower incentive?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure whether it'd be one benefit or not. If we would know whether there'd be more participation based on the cost of the equipment and whether the incentive should be higher or lower. As I stated, that what we look at is what we feel is an appropriate incentive for the savings that the customer would realize. If our incentive is too great, then we're paying a lot of money for savings that may take a long time to recoup those particular rebate incentives.
And if an incentive wasn't doing an effective, so you're comparing that incentive level to the savings level energy wise, the dollars that it takes to issue the incentive versus the benefit that's received dollar or energy wise, is how I understand what you just said.
For the most part, for the most part, that's fair.
So my interest is in whether the amount of the incentive, there might be like a tipping point. Where an incentive is being offered at $300 and it results in 4,000 participants for space heating rebate program. Are you interested to know whether would it be useful information where somebody were to say to you, if that rebate was $250, you would get 2,000 participants. And if that rebate were $400, you would get 5,000 participants. Would that be meaningful information to you in the way that you construct your programs?
I think it's fair to say we probably would take that into consideration. And as you said, the tipping point is probably what it's all about exactly, and what we'd have to take a look at. Again, traditionally, what I've done or tried to do with these programs, and I believe a lot of other utilities do as well, is that you don't overpay on the incentives. For instance, if there were an incremental cost of, let's say, $400 and a utility offered $400, then that would be deemed almost a free ridership type of thing from the independent evaluator, because it's a no-brainer at that point, where if the utility is going to pay the difference to a customer, then they're going to go ahead and purchase that. So it would almost be a free ridership type of thing. So we do kind of take into consideration, geez, what do we think the participation levels could be? But in reality, it's what do we think is just enough to incentivize a customer to do the purchase of the equipment or to install a measure that helps them save the energy, where their payback then with not only the incentive, but then the savings on their natural gas bill will be to a point where they get a payback for it and they can start saving money down the road. So that's really takes more, I guess, a greater weight, if you will, on what the savings is versus what the incentive is, rather than increasing to try to get more participation.
Would the company be opposed to having a more formalized test that helps identify those tipping points?
Objection, Brian Haberly.
What is your objection, Mr. Haverly?
It's irrelevant whether the company would be opposed or not opposed. The statute calls for the UCT as the cost effectiveness test. So it's irrelevant whether the company would be opposed or not opposed to a different test.
Mr. Gedko?
Can I be pointed to statutory language that would restrict the company from running additional tests to optimize its programs? And if I were given a moment, I would point to the statute language that talks about making the programs as effective as possible for the consumers as well. And So it's a simple question of if I can't be pointed to statutory language that prohibits it, then it's a question of whether the company would be opposed to running that sort of test.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, Mr. Casey.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned earlier, that one of the M&V evaluator, and one of the things that the evaluation also provides the utilities is recommendations on whether their program, the program could be improved one way or the other. And in that recommendation, they've obviously got the ability to tell us that you should increase the rebates amounts. We believe that would increase your participation, and make suggestions maybe on what those rebate amounts should be or how much they should be increased by. So we get some suggestions and direction from M&V as well on, and we listen seriously to those recommendations, and in most cases implement those recommendations that the M&V evaluator makes. So that's where typically we would get recommendations, if you will, on increasing our incentive levels to increase participation.
Would you be opposed to the evaluator using a formalized test based on participant costs and benefits to assist them in providing you that recommendation?
I believe, the evaluator runs at the pleasure of the commission, and if the commission directs them to provide such a test to all utilities, then we would not be opposed to listening to those recommendations.
And if the commission directed the company to do it, you wouldn't oppose running such a test either? If they said the company should run it as opposed to the M&V implementer?
Well, again, we would do whatever the commission directs, but we would, I would think it would have to be directed at all utilities. And one of the things I would hope the commission would take into consideration is all costs associated with our energy efficiency programs go into the overall UCT, all the costs, for our programs, and that would be an additional cost to run such a test. But if the commission directed the utilities to do that, then of course we would comply.
Okay. I think, Mr. Gedko, we're about at the end of the 30 minutes you had indicated earlier would be required for completing your questioning. Have you finished?
I'm turning to my last page, if I may.
Yes, you have until 1:30.
Thank you. I'm going to change topics, Mr. Casey, more to goals and incentives. And do you know what gas savings goals the company is committing to achieving in its current plan, whether on an annual or a lifetime savings basis?
I'm not sure if I would call them goals, but we talked about the estimated savings that we think we can see from these particular programs.
Is it meaningful, the distinction for you between goals and estimates?
I guess it kind of, it's the way you look at it. When we make our projections and when we develop these programs, and we estimate that this is what we think we can achieve through savings, then in essence, it becomes a goal. If the programs are approved and the budget's approved from what we've proposed, then it would become a goal of ours to meet those estimates and hopefully surpass those estimates if possible.
If, does the company receive its incentive if it spends its budget, but does not achieve the savings estimate?
The way that it's been approved in the past for our incentive is that that it's based on our budget. Our incentive is based on our budget that's approved, but that the programs do have to be found to be through M&V cost effective. So we do have to have cost effective programs. So the savings goals may not be met as far as getting to or achieving the therm projections or the estimates. Then it would go against what we're spending and what the therms usage we got, and it would still have to be cost effective for us to receive our incentive.
With respect to programs for low-income customers, has the company been, in its last plan, been able to fully spend the funding that was allocated for low-income programs?
For our low-income customers, that has been a challenge over the last 2 or 3 years for us to spend what we've budgeted and what we had approved in our filing. The reason for that is due to COVID and the ability of our program implementers and service providers to be able to get into the homes to do the initial analysis on what would be required or not required, but suggested recommendations to put in energy saving equipment or provide energy saving measures. And then of course, even to then get out there and do those particular measures. So there was a slowdown almost directly. Our program year begins the beginning of April of every year. So April 1st to the end of March is what we consider a program year. And our program years 20, 21, and 22 that were approved would have been started April of 2020. And as you're aware, the COVID hit in March of 2020. So it really had an impact on our ability to get out there and do what we expected from those low-income programs over those first through 20 and through 21. And we are doing a lot better job here in 22, getting back up to where we thought we would be.
The funds that you weren't able to spend due to the issues that you've described, are those funds reallocated to other programs, or does that money go unspent?
Basically, it goes unspent. So we have an over collection or under collection every year, and that goes in and determining how much we charge the customers the next year. So if we underspent or if we over collected by $100,000, let's say, from the previous year, because we didn't spend that money, then our next year's calculations on collection would be reduced by $100,000.
Referencing what the M&V implementer does with respect to the feedback on the program design that we've spoken about, do they provide feedback specifically on the effectiveness of the program design at enabling low-income customers to participate and realize savings?
Well, they look at all of our programs and make suggestions that they feel are necessary or they feel are appropriate for us to hopefully take into consideration and implement going forward to make the programs better. So I would say the answer to that would be yes. They look at all of our programs, including our low-income programs.
Do they ever identify specific barriers to participation by low-income customers?
I don't recall them ever telling me there's any barriers to that. No.
With respect to ancillary repairs that are needed prior to a program's implementation, could the gas company make an allowance for ancillary repairs using ratepayer funds? Do you know?
Well, under the energy efficiency programs, any funds spent on anything other than reducing the energy usage or the natural gas usage would fall outside the energy efficiency realm, if you will. And so ancillary repairs, such as repairing a roof or a porch overhang or those types of things wouldn't fall under the purview of the energy efficiency program.
So the cost for those ancillary repairs wouldn't be included in the UCT, is that correct?
That's correct.
Could they be incorporated into the UCT or no, because they're not part of the EE program as you've just defined it?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the way that the statute is written is that that would fall outside of what the energy efficiency programs provide.
And can a low-income customer who requires ancillary repairs participate in weatherization measures?
It depends on the program. And what I mean by that is, for instance, we've already spoken of MFA and the Weatherization Assistance Program. And so MFA utilizes New Mexico Gas Fund, the funding that we provide, specific to measures that reduce natural gas usage. If they're in a home that requires ancillary repairs, again, I'll use the example of, let's say, a roof that needs to be fixed before there's even insulation installed, then they would utilize a different funding mechanism to repair that roof and then be able to use natural gas company funds to install the insulation.
One question, because I've seen it two different ways. The statute's clear that the portfolio has to meet a UCT of 1.0. Is it correct to understand that an individual program is not statutorily required in an application to meet a UCT of 1.0?
That's my understanding, is that that's correct, that any one measure or program doesn't necessarily have to meet the UCT as long as the overall portfolio does.
But as a company, you've chosen to use that as a threshold level for which programs you would consider, correct?
Typically, that's correct. I've always tried to make sure that our measures or programs can stand alone and meet the UCT.
Okay, and my last couple questions are, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that electric heat pumps have historically not worked well in environments where the temperatures are regularly below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. What do you mean by historically?
Well, it's been my understanding for quite some time that because heat pumps have been around for a long time. And when I say historically, usually it was understood that at 40 degrees typically is where heat pumps had would start to have to have the backup system kick in. Now, it's my understanding that some of the newer heat pumps can get to a lower temperature, but I'm not familiar enough about them to tell you how low the temperature can get before they're still able to extract heat out of the air and a backup system to come on.
Yeah. Emera is the parent company to NMGC, correct?
Yes,
And they're a Canadian company that also owns Nova Scotia Power.
that's correct.
Would it surprise you if I said that you can Google on their website, Nova Scotia Power, a Canadian company, and find a document that says that heat pumps work all year? They sure do. Heat pumps are the perfect addition to your home by providing affordable year-round comfort.
No, it doesn't surprise me. It's my understanding that heat pumps work very well in that area of North America. And they're a very good replacement for customers that currently use fuel oil or electric resistance heat.
Thank you very much for the back and forth today. I appreciate it. Thank you for your work. And I only have one other item, Madam Hearing Examiner. Since we touched on the rate case and recognized elements of that case that were understood by the witness, would I be able to request administrative notice for an exhibit to be entered, being the company's application in their most recent rate case, as well as the certification of stipulation, so that we could reference that moving forward in this case?
I believe that those, yes, we can take administrative notice of those. If you want to present them more formally at the beginning of your presentation of your witnesses, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, I believe CCAE would be next. Ms. Lynch, do you have any questions for Mr. Casey?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do have questions prepared for Mr. Casey. Hello, Mr. Casey. Again, I'm Kara Lynch. I'm the attorney for Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. It's nice to meet you for the first time and to see you here in this Zoom hearing. I think I'll be able to guide you through some of the topics that we'll be exploring related to the New Mexico Gas Company EE plan. To begin with, though, I have some overarching questions regarding greenhouse gas emissions. And to that effect, Hearing Examiner Anaya, I am following up here on the request for administrative notice to be taken of 21-00267, specifically the application in that matter, because New Mexico Gas used the Executive Order 2019-003, also known as the Executive Order on Addressing Climate Change and Energy Waste Prevention. And to that effect, I ask that perhaps we can take administrative notice of the executive order as well in this matter.
We certainly can take administrative notice of the executive order. I'm not sure what document you're referencing in 21-00267. So we need a little bit more specificity.
Okay, both the gas company's application and the certification of stipulation, the two documents that were referenced by Mr. Getgo.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I weigh in on this, please?
Yes, Mr. Haverly.
So I don't have an objection to the administrative notice of the governor's order. That seems to be well within the purview of the commission. I don't know if I have an objection to the gas company's rate case application. I haven't seen it in quite a while. That nobody raised this earlier that we would be discussing this. It wasn't uploaded to the Dropbox. So I'm kind of at a loss whether I have an objection to it or not. I need to go back and refresh and look at it and see what it says in there. But it's a file document. I agree with that.
I would actually ask that the specific pages be identified, because these documents are very lengthy. And I don't think that we need to have thousands of additional pages added to the record in this matter. So I would ask that, I'm thinking that we are not going to finish today. So I would ask that the specific pages that you are seeking administrative approval of be identified and uploaded. Before tomorrow.
That's a request for CCAE and the Attorney General's office.
Correct.
Okay, apologies.
I mean, I'm assuming that you
um,
have specific pages that you're, or statements within those documents that you are referring to or plan to refer to.
Yes,
So I would like only those pages
yes,
to
understood.
be introduced. And so we'll make that ruling once those documents have been provided.
Okay,
Probably tomorrow, if we're continuing. So why don't you go ahead?
okay. In light of the administrative notice requests, I do have a line of questions on greenhouse gas emissions that I would like to propose asking here. The first one, Mr. Casey, are you aware of the Executive Order 2019-003 on addressing climate change and energy waste prevention?
I have heard of it.
Okay. And if I told you that it stated in that EO that New Mexico's objective is to achieve a statewide reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of at least 40% by 2030 as compared to 2005 levels, would you take my statement as true?
Yes.
Okay. Would you also then provide that the EO demonstrates that the state has adopted a policy of reducing greenhouse gas emissions?
Madam Chair, counter objection, Brian Haverly.
Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
I'm going to reassert my objection that I asserted earlier this morning, that the greenhouse gas emissions is not a factor in the Efficient Use of Energy Act or the Commission's rule when designing efficient energy programs. That discussing and this whole line of questioning on greenhouse gas emissions is irrelevant and beyond the scope of the Act.
Ms. Lynch.
Your Honor, I don't agree with the objection because the EO in number 4 specifically provides that the electric utilities, not the gas utilities, which is a line of my questioning here, will increase, work on stakeholders with work with stakeholders on legislation to increase New Mexico's renewable portfolio standards and increase New Mexico's energy efficiency standards. And my line of questioning is raises the discrepancy that exists for the electric utilities versus the gas company.
You know, I appreciate the issue that is being raised with respect to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. However, this does seem to be beyond the scope of Mr. Casey's testimony. So I would suggest that this be introduced through CCAE's witness, if this is something that's going to be addressed. So I will sustain the objection.
Okay, well, Mr. Casey, are you aware that the gas company has any plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Just peripherally, I don't know specifically on what our company is doing to address that.
Okay. But in the executive order that was just read to you, one could infer that improving energy efficiency programs is one way to help the state achieve reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Examiner, same objection I just had that you ruled on.
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on from the topic of greenhouse gas emissions with this witness, Ms. Lynch.
Okay, that sounds good. That was my last question and regarding greenhouse gas emissions. So now I'd like to move on to some questions that explore the issue of establishing a savings goal. I know that the company agreed to staff's recommendation regarding creating a savings goal. Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The company agreed to the recommendation put forward by staff to utilize a sliding scale for a savings goal.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, and just to make sure we're all on the same page, could you possibly provide for us what is the staff's recommendation?
Well, it was my understanding that they were suggested a sliding scale based on our budget and savings estimates, and that I believe, looking at their witness, staff's witness, is that he recommended that we get 100% of our incentive, I believe, for the first year, because it does take some time, according to his testimony, to ramp up. Sometimes the first year of new programs, that if we got to at least 60% of that savings goal, that we would get 100% of our incentive. I believe that's what it said.
Okay. The statute does not actually require minimum spending requirements or goals for New Mexico Gas's EE programs, correct?
That's correct.
Does this in any way prevent the company from developing internal goals for its EE programs?
I'm sorry, does the sliding scale prevent us from?
No, the fact that you just admitted that the statute does not require any minimum spending requirements or goals.
Right.
Does the statute limit or prevent the company from developing internal goals for your EE programs?
No, I don't believe so.
So does the company currently have any internal goals for its EE programs?
There are no internal goals that we meet. What I've tried to do is abide by the statute and to develop as many programs as possible for our customers that can benefit from programs as long as they're cost effective and the legislature increased the amount that natural gas companies could spend from 3% of their sales up to 5% of their sales from our last filing. And so we took that as guidance that to look at even more programs or enhance their current programs to hopefully offer even more beneficial programs. So that's one of the things I took into consideration when developing the new program. So there wasn't necessarily any goals, but just a requirement and looking at the change to the statute and taking that as guidance that we should increase what we currently offer.
Okay. So the company only estimates that because the company spends more, as the statute allows, spends more on EE, therefore greater energy savings are achieved, correct?
Yes, the programs that we developed, we are spending more, but we are increasing the savings by quite a bit, correct?
I know that Mr. Getgo may have asked a similar question, but I'm going to propose this question here in a slightly different way. Does the company track whether its spending on EE programs might actually result in greater adoption of EE measures by customers?
I apologize. I'm going to have to ask you to ask that again.
Does the company track whether spending on EE programs actually results in greater adoption of EE measures by its customers?
Yes, I would say that we're spending more money to be able to offer more programs and additional programs to benefit the customers and to increase the savings overall.
So the company knows that more customers make use of the EE programs being adopted by the company?
Well, that's what we strive to achieve is to get as much participation as possible for the programs that we propose.
Yes, and you use estimates for that, correct?
Correct.
But you don't actually examine whether there's been an increase of adoption by customers.
No, only after the fact, as I mentioned, is that once the annual M&V comes through, they're able to establish whether we were able to increase the participation, whether our estimates were accurate or not, and and hopefully make suggestions on what we can do to improve the programs.
Okay, so we're going to step back. What would you say drives the EE program development?
Well, I'd say that to be in compliance with the EUEA and that to look at the programs that we feel are beneficial to our customers, and we try to develop programs that are attractive to a wide range of our customers. Since the very beginning, I've tried to add programs or enhance programs that would reach more and more customers since the customers do pay the energy efficiency fee. I felt it was necessary that all customers should be able to have a chance to participate in the programs that we do have that I've developed. And so that's been one of the things I've strived for, is to have programs in there that virtually every one of our customers could take advantage of.
In terms of EE program development, does a specific budget amount, is a specific budget amount used by the company to help the company decide or design its EE program development?
No, we don't use a specific budget. As I mentioned, is that the gas utilities could spend up to 3% of their sales, and now they can spend up to 5% of their sales projections. And taking that into consideration, and in our last filing, we also explained to the commission that we would be putting out an RFP or to look at new program. This was before we even knew there was going to be an expansion from the 3 to 5%, that we would put out an RFP for new programs or perhaps maybe new implementers to try to take advantage of and have the best programs that we can out there. So when we did the RFP for all of our programs this last year, that's what we put in there, is to basically, the sky's the limit. Tell us what you can do. We'll see if it makes sense for our customers, and how much is it going to cost. And then I put it through the program if it made sense. I looked at it to see if it met the UCT, and we tried to strive to provide as many programs as possible while staying under the 5% cap.
Okay. Does the company measure a certain amount of therms that the EE program might save?
Well, again, just from the scope of work on the proposals that were made, I look at what the savings are and how much it's going to cost for those particular programs, and we're able to extrapolate that from that, what the overall savings are going to be. So that's where we come up with the therm savings.
So
But
it's an estimation.
It's an estimate, yes.
Okay. I'm wondering, in your opinion, could a savings goal help the company better plan a cost-effective EE program?
I don't believe so, no.
Could a goal help you measure whether the program's effective? Whether you're actually achieving what the program is designed to achieve?
Well, as mentioned, when we develop these programs, we run it through the cost benefit analysis. We're able to determine how much it's going to take to spend, what it's going to cost for these particular programs. And then we look at how much the savings are, and running that through the cost effectiveness test, which is currently the UCT, we're able to determine if we spend X amount of money, then we'll get X amount of savings, estimated savings from those particular programs. So I'm not sure if just putting a figure out there of hey, we ought to save this much, and I'll try to come up with programs that'll help us do that, is any more efficient or any better than the current way we're doing it now. And that's looking at programs that we think benefit our customers, and then seeing what kind of results can be achieved as far as savings go.
Okay. Thanks for providing that piece of information for us and the hearing examiner regarding how the company designs its EE program. I'm wondering if you're aware that other jurisdictions use a savings goal to drive the development of their utility EE programs.
I'm not aware of any other jurisdictions that use that as a driver, no.
Okay. You might want to look at page 6 of CCA's AE's testimony, where those jurisdictions are referenced. Despite that lack of awareness, in this docket, the company did agree to implement staff's proposal that would result in the company adopting a sliding scale approach for a savings goal, correct? We
Correct.
talked about that earlier. The sliding scale approach presented by staff could result in the company earning the full performance incentive mechanism if it only reaches 60% of its proposed annual savings, correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
And the same proposal would partially award a PIM, that's short for performance incentive mechanism, beginning at 35% savings, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been designing these EE programs for a while, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay. In the prior plans, did the company ever put forward estimated energy savings that the company did not think the company could achieve?
No, I believe in every one of our filings, the programs I developed, that these are the savings we believe we can get out of the programs that we've designed and developed. And that's what we put forth to the commission in every filing that we've done over the last 14 years.
Is this plan any different?
No.
I think, so to ask the question slightly differently, has the company ever not achieved the estimated energy savings it proposed?
In the 14 years, I believe that 2 out of the first 5 years, we didn't quite make what we estimated the savings would be. We've surpassed it in every other year, including the last, I believe, 6 years in a row.
Congratulations. So I just want to return to the staff proposal then, and considering the company's outstanding historical performance, do you expect to achieve 60% annual savings?
Do I expect that we will receive or at least 60% of what we've estimated the savings will be the first year? Yes, I'm highly confident that we can meet that. Yes.
Okay.
Or achieve at least 60%. That's correct.
Okay. So do you agree then that receiving your full incentive if the company reaches 60% of proposed savings might not actually push the company to achieve energy savings that might actually be possible and result in more energy being saved? Meaning it's easy for the company to expect that it would achieve 60% of proposed savings, correct?
Traditionally and historically, I'd say that's correct. The savings that I estimate, I always have confidence in that we can meet that as long as we meet the objectives of all, and our implementers meet the objectives of what's in their scope of work, that I'm usually highly confident that we will achieve those savings that I put forth.
Okay. So given staff's proposal, what incentive exists for the gas company to go beyond meeting 60% of savings?
Just historically, because that's what we do. I wouldn't put a stop to any to our implementers to not achieve that. They have their own goals built into our contracts that they have to achieve a certain amount of savings for them to get 100% compensation. So I would not expect for anybody to lay off the gas pedal, if you will, once we receive that 60%. I would have the goal of expectations of meeting what we estimated that we could meet.
Yeah, I mean, considering that for the majority, the past 14 years, you've exceeded your goals. I totally agree with you. So in this docket, CCAE proposed a sliding scale that rewards the company once it meets 80% of the goal. Did you see that?
Yes.
Has the company ever failed to achieve at least 80% of the annual energy savings it proposed in its energy efficiency plans in the past?
As I mentioned earlier, I believe it was 2 out of the first 5 years. I'd have to go back to see exactly what the percentage is that we fell short in those particular years to be able to tell you whether we met that 80% or not.
But since, you know, the EE programs have been ramped up, it's plausible and it's very reliable, perhaps, to say that you've overachieved your goals. You've achieved 100% of your goal, correct? And you know, the company knows a lot about the EE programs now that it's implementing.
That I'd say that's, you know, over the last few years, yes, we have felt very comfortable in what we believe we can achieve, and we've been able to achieve that over the last few years. Of course, there's always going to be some concern, if you will, that if any new programs are going to take a little bit of ramp up time. We think we've taken that into consideration. Whenever you add a new program or even enhance existing programs, that you may not meet the first year anyway, what you feel that the programs ought to be able to do. But I have confidence in what I've proposed, and then that we will meet those goals.
Yeah, I have every confidence too. Did you look at PRC staff's rebuttal at all?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that in front of you?
Staff's rebuttal? I can get it in front of me. Yes.
Okay. And if you could just turn to page 30, let me know when you're there.
Miss Casey, I'm sorry, you're asking about the rebuttal testimony of Christopher Dunn, Utility Division staff? Because doesn't that
PRC
only have 15 pages?
Let me see, maybe I referenced the wrong thing.
The direct testimony has 38 pages.
Okay, maybe it's the direct testimony at page 30, table 14 is referenced.
Yeah, that is the direct testimony.
Okay, and their staff provides that the company has never failed to meet 100% of its projected savings, correct?
I apologize. I'm just now getting it's page 30 of staff's direct testimony.
Yeah, we're at table 13. Table 14, apologies.
Correct. Going back to 2017.
Yep.
Yes, we've achieved at least 100% for the last 5 years.
Okay. I just wanted that to be clear in the record, and I appreciate you following this line of questions. now we're going to transition to incentive levels.
Okay.
And we'll be looking at UCT for just a bit. To achieve UCT, the overall program portfolio must not drop below a UCT of 1.0, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in crafting the UCT, did the company measure how much it could increase equipment incentives before a program or the portfolio would fall below UCT of 1.0?
In most cases, I would not, I think if I'm following your questioning is that you're asking if we would put in increasing incentives on our programs until it fell below the 1.0, and if we did that or not. And if that's the question, then no, we did not do that.
Okay, I was, so in your cross-examination with Mr. Gedgo, you did state that for every program you measured UCT, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't examine equipment incentives?
Well, we did examine equipment incentives, but I get what I was trying to convey is that, for instance, if we provide a $500 incentive on a piece of equipment and it met the UCT, did I then put in $600 and $700 and $800 to see where it would still meet the UCT? No, I did not do that.
Okay, and the company is aware that UCT can be used to examine the whole portfolio of options, correct? It doesn't have to only apply the UCT to specific programs.
That's our understanding of the statute. That's correct.
Okay. Did the company use the UCT spreadsheet provided in response to discovery by the NMAG to confirm that increasing incentive for insulation, air sealing, and air duct sealing to the level CCAE requested would result in the space heating program being not cost effective?
It's my understanding that we could put in higher incentives for at least the insulation program and the overall space heating program, which insulation is one of the measures under the space heating program, that the space heating program would still meet the UCT with an increased incentive.
So, and in doing that, did you use the spreadsheet provided in the response to discovery by NMAG to confirm these things?
I believe the spreadsheet they used was the cost benefit model that I provided in discovery. And yes, I looked at that particular model.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll transition to a line of questions examining the home energy reports.
Okay.
And first, we just wanted to ask some questions about low-income participation. How will the company guarantee that low-income customers benefit proportionately compared to non-LI customers from the home energy reports?
I don't believe we can guarantee anything as far as that goes. It's our intent to reach out to communities with a high majority of low-income customers to target them as part of the Home Energy Reports program.
So if, let's say 40% of the company's residential customers are low-income households, you couldn't guarantee that 40% will receive a home energy report.
That's correct. I couldn't guarantee that, as even the households will change and become low income or get out of the low income designation.
Okay, yeah, it's difficult. But so how would you say, how will the company identify low income customers for participation in its program?
Well, as discussed, what we'll do is target areas that we know are low income, whether that's designated through LIHEAP or customers or just communities themselves that meet the different poverty levels, et cetera. We'll target those customers. Now, without asking the customers that receive the home energy report whether they're low income or not, it would be hard to determine exactly how many of those customers. And what we've found in many cases, customers, a lot of customers that are in that realm don't necessarily like to tell people that they are what we would refer to as low-income customers. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why we changed our programs to say income qualified, because there's a stigma with a lot of customers regarding that. So we prefer, in a lot of cases, not to just ask them what their income level is when we're trying to reach them and discuss some programs that we have.
Mm-hmm. So you'd agree it's a problem for identifying low-income customers?
And for the home energy reports, it is. For obviously with the income qualified programs that we have, then they are identified as low-income customers and meet that criteria. But for the home energy reports, or for all of our programs that are not specifically in our income qualified programs, we do not designate whether a customer is considered low income or not.
Okay. Similarly, CCAE is concerned about non-English speaking customers receiving information, and in response to the CCAE Discovery Question 17, the gas company said that it will offer home energy reports in Spanish, correct?
That's correct.
So how will the company determine whether to provide the report in Spanish to a household?
It's my intent to work with the program implementer, who's ICF, and to talk with ICF on exactly how we're going to do that. And it's what I believe our tact will be to, when we first provide a home energy report, it'll have a designation or a sentence or a paragraph saying that if the customer prefers to have the report in Spanish, that we would provide it to them in Spanish. So we'll have some kind of again, a sentence or a paragraph in Spanish and in English both, to see how they prefer to receive the report.
Okay. Do you know how many languages are spoken in New Mexico Gas Company's territory?
I do not.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll now transition to some questions about behind the meter gas leak detection and remediation.
Okay.
In the rebuttal provided by New Mexico Gas Company on page 14, lines 10 through 14. It states that it intends to fund leak detection within its Native American Energy Efficiency Program and the Manufactured Home Communities Program. CCAE appreciates this inclusion. Can New Mexico Gas confirm the level of funding it intends to provide for this effort?
First of all, I'm sorry, could you repeat what page number that's on, just so I can?
Page 14, lines 10 through 14.
Right, okay, thank you. Yes, for both those programs, for the Native American Energy Efficiency Program and the Manufactured Home Communities Program, that will both those programs will be implemented by a company called Energy Works. And we've been working with Energy Works on the Native American program now for a few years. And they're very good at going out. One of the first things they do in the assessment of the homes is they do leak detection. And that's part of the contract that we have with them. As that's just part of the original assessment that they do before they do the blower door test and the duct sealing, all that stuff to assess what a home's going to need. So in both of those particular programs, that will continue to be done. And I don't have a breakdown of what the cost is for that. That's just part of their contract with us.
So it's something that Energy Works will need to wrap into the services it currently provides.
That's part of the service that they currently provide in the Native American program. And they'll do that as well in the new Manufactured Home Communities Program.
Do you expect the company to increase any funding provided to Energy Works for that delivery of services?
No, as I mentioned, that's just part of their an initial assessment is that they've got the equipment to monitor and check to make sure that appliances are working properly and there's no gas leaks going on, not only in the home, but even at our gas meter as well.
Okay. Do you know if customers in other programs are offered an opportunity to check for gas leaks?
It's my understanding with the Weatherization Assistance Program that MFA runs, that they also do that as well.
Thank you for that information. Do you know if the company is opposed to offering behind the meter gas leak checks as part of its other energy efficiency programs?
As mentioned earlier in some of the other questions, such as around ancillary repairs, is that goes beyond the energy efficiency requirements and what we would require of a customer in most cases. So I would have to there'd have to be an assessment run on what additional costs that would be and where those costs would come from, whether they would come from the company or another source, or if we could include that in our energy efficiency portfolio, but it wouldn't be part of saving energy necessarily. So that's why we haven't done that before.
Okay, so currently customers are responsible for paying the cost of any remediation for identified leaks, correct?
As far as I know, I mean, we of course have recommend to customers to call us if they smell or are aware of any kind of leaks in their home, and we will respond immediately to that home to check it out for safety reasons.
To identify behind the meter leaks?
Yes, if a customer called us and said that they smell gas in their home, we would recommend they immediately leave the premises and we would send a crew out there to check it out.
Do you know what happens after that?
They make
Whether
these,
the customer is responsible for the repair, or does the company make the repair?
I don't know the exact details on that. I assume if it's a piece of equipment, obviously, that we wouldn't repair the piece of equipment. We would probably just disconnect that piece of equipment and let the customer know that it needs to be repaired.
Okay, thank you. I'm learning from you. Now I'd like to transition to some line of questions about the energy savings discount rate.
Okay.
Okay, could you turn to your direct testimony, pages 27 through 29?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And there, you provide that the company recognizes that other utilities in New Mexico use a WACC, correct? Versus a ratepayer discount rate?
That's my understanding. That's correct.
Okay. And the company believes that the WACC fails to represent savings from the viewpoint of the customer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would it be helpful at all to the company if the commission established that it should be consistent with the discount rate it approves? Meaning, you know, in this case, a WACC might be preferable to an RDR?
I don't know if it would be helpful. We feel that the ratepayer discount rate is more appropriate. And if anything, I'd be curious to know why the other utilities don't use the ratepayer versus the WACC. But obviously we would abide by whatever the commission desires, as far as if they decide that one particular discount rate should be used by all utilities.
Okay. Can you explain what you meant when you described that a WACC represents the perspective of utility investors and an RDR represents cost of capital for customers for long-term investments?
That may be a better question for witness John Fernald.
Okay. In your proposal, are the energy savings and associated avoided costs included in the UCT?
Yes.
And are the costs and benefits included in the UCT those that the customer or that the utility experiences?
The savings are what the customer would experience, and the costs are what the utility spends. So they're both taken into consideration.
Okay. So why would the company discount the energy savings from the customer's perspective when in reality the costs and benefits have been calculated by also using the utilities perspective?
Well, from our perspective, we're trying to look at it as what the customer would look at as far as investing in a particular piece of equipment or a particular measure, and what it would take for them to perhaps borrow the money to have that, to purchase that equipment, or to purchase that measure such as insulation. And so we thought it was more beneficial. We feel it's more beneficial to look at it from a customer's perspective, and what the discount rate should be from their perspective, rather than what a utility would consider as far as what they would consider in investing in pipeline.
Okay. Isn't it true though that with a WACC, the costs and benefits have been calculated from the utilities perspective?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
Okay, but here you're proposing the RDR because of the RDR represents the customer perspective rather than the utility perspective.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that line of questions, and now we'll move on to some questions regarding gas equipment. I believe Mr. Getko asked you a number of questions related to the tank water heaters and the tankless water heating and gas space heating equipment. So I don't want to repeat any of those questions here. I do, however, want to drill down on a couple of questions that could help us better understand some of the nuances related to the gas equipment proposals the company is making. From your the company's perspective, does the market offer alternative technologies for water and space heating that cost less for customers to operate than the ones the company currently incentivizes?
We looked at equipment that utilizes natural gas more efficiently than the standard equipment that's out there now that can be purchased. And those are what we took into consideration on what we feel would be beneficial to customers in using natural gas, and trying to incentivize them to use it more efficiently and reduce their energy usage.
Over the long term, though, wouldn't the operational costs for operating an electric heat pump for heating and water heating, or for space heating and water heating, cost less for the customer than the proposals made by the company?
I don't believe that's true, no. And we haven't done any calculations on looking at electric heat pumps when I've developed these programs.
Okay. You would agree that the price of gas has been pretty volatile over the past couple of years, correct?
It has been somewhat volatile over the last couple of years. I would agree with that.
Do you know at all how that compares to electricity?
I'm not in a position to say how that compares to electricity and what goes into electric costs.
Okay. I think one of the concerns is the upfront costs of the gas versus the electric heat pumps. Would you agree that there are state incentives that exist for an air source heat pump?
Well, I guess two things are. One, it's my understanding that heat pumps are very much more expensive on the upfront cost. However, and I'm aware that there's some kind of incentives that are maybe out there to reduce those costs, but I don't know enough about them to give an opinion.
Would you agree with me when I provide that the state incentivizes up to $2,000 for an e-heat pump?
Objection, Brian Haverly.
Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
And hearing examiner, the witness just testified that he is not in a position to testify about incentives on heat pumps. And then the next question was to agree about incentives on heat pumps. So asked and answered.
Ms. Lynch?
I think it's a question that pretty much, it's in the, what is that called? Common space, or it's common knowledge that there's incentives, both federal and state incentives, to help customers install e-heat pumps, and that the state incentives and the federal incentives are common knowledge.
Well, I don't think that was the point that Mr. Haverly was making. I think he was making the point that Mr. Casey had already previously answered your question with respect to his knowledge about incentives for heat pumps. So I think we can move forward.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sure this information is easily accessed otherwise. I want to say thank you, Mr. Casey, for addressing my line of questions. Those are all the questions that I have at this moment. Thank you, hearing examiner Anaya.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Well, yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene. Well, let's see. Like at 2:37, and that'll be for staff questioning of Mr. Casey. Okay. So we'll be off the record for 5 minutes. Thank you. We are back on the record in 22-00232. And I believe that questioning was going to continue of Mr. Casey by PRC staff.
Madam Hearing Examiner, staff has no questions at this time for Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Mr. Haverly, do you have a redirect for Mr. Casey?
I have a few questions, Madam Hearing Examiner, that I can go through real quickly. Mr. Casey, when Mr. Getco was asking you questions, he asked whether credit collection costs are costs that you evaluate under the UCT. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that you said that you'd not taken this into account?
I do remember saying that, yes.
Would you like to qualify any of your testimony on that matter?
I would. When I was told Mr. Getco that I don't take that into consideration, while that's true for all of the programs that I look at, with the exception of the income qualified program. In the income qualified program, the rule allows for a 20% rider, if you will, on programs for income qualified programs. In other words, you get a 20% credit, or the utilities do, and according to the rule, that 20% takes into consideration the provisions that Mr. Getco was asking me about. So although I don't take them into consideration under all the other programs, they are taken into consideration under the 20% credit that we give to income qualified programs.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to the utility cost test analysis. For the costs and benefits in the utility cost test, did you apply those categories of costs and benefits in this case as you have in your prior cases using the utility cost test, Mr. Casey?
Yes, I applied the UCT as I've done since the UCT became a requirement 10 years ago.
Has the commission ever criticized or rejected the categories that you used to calculate the UCT in the past, Mr. Casey?
No, there's never been any criticism or objection to the way they've been applied.
Sticking with the UCT, but moving to the discount rate, Mr. Casey, has the commission ever required the company to use the weighted average cost of capital as its discount rate when calculating the UCT?
No, since New Mexico Gas Company's inception and started with the energy efficiency programs in all of our filings for the last 14 years, we have never used the WACC as a discount rate.
Has the commission ever criticized the company for not using the weighted average cost of capital in its calculations?
No, there's never been a question about that.
Thank you. Those are all the redirects that I have, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Great, thank you. Mr. Haverly, I do have a few questions for Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, I'd direct you to page 20 of your direct testimony, Exhibit 1. Specifically, and I'm sorry, page 20 of the EE plan, actually. And yes, page 20 of the EE plan, Exhibit SLC2.
Yes, okay.
So in response to some questions from Mr. Getco, you indicated the number of rebates that you anticipated providing for space heating and for water heating to be in the realm of 300, approximately 300 such rebates for space heating and approximately 500 such rebates for water heating. And I'm wondering how those reconcile with the participation numbers that you have here in this table.
Understood, Madam Hearing Examiner. The difference when you're looking at these, and what I show is over 16,000 for the water heating and over 2,600 for the space heating. Mr. Gedko's questions were asking specifically about the furnace replacement and the water heating replacement. And out of those numbers that I gave him were correct. The numbers here, like for instance, the water heating, 10,000 of those participants are for the shower head, the high efficiency shower head and aerator kits that we have. And the space heating also includes thermostats, smart thermostats, and insulation fall under those categories as well. And that's where the high increase, if you will, over what I provided to Mr. Gedko, that's the differential in the numbers.
Thank you very much on that. And continuing on the question about the avoided costs on page 65 of the EE plan. There's a discussion of avoided costs and financial assumptions, and it indicates that avoided costs include gross receipts, tax, and franchise fees. And is that an inclusive list, or are there other items that are considered for the avoided costs besides these two items that are identified?
The avoided cost include the two items identified here in the gross receipts tax and the franchise fee. It also includes the historical differential from the wellhead price that we receive, that we get through the EIA, and what is actually provided to the customer at the burner tip. So there's some additional costs for transporting the gas, et cetera, that the customer would avoid at the burner tip that would be different than what the wellhead price would be.
And those would be the three costs that result in the chart on page 66.
Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct.
Now, there was quite a bit of discussion, primarily by Mr. Gedko, I think, about the limitation of the New Mexico Gas Company energy efficiency proposals to products such as furnaces and so on that utilize natural gas. And so those are the only products that were considered by the gas company in its developing its EE plan?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. When I look at programs, and I always have since the day one, it's my understanding that natural gas companies look at natural gas savings and what they can do to assist customers in utilizing the product more efficiently, just as the electric companies would look at electric equipment to see how they could utilize the electric products more efficiently. So I only look at gas equipment when developing my programs.
And do you know what the source is for that limitation, I think I would call it, on what products you consider?
I don't know if there's really a source that I can see in the statute. It's just been traditionally what I've seen for the 14 years I've been doing it in the state of New Mexico, and talking with Zia Natural Gas, Raton Natural Gas, and the three major electric utilities in the state of New Mexico, as well as utilities across the country. Typically, a natural gas company will look at their commodity and an electric company would look at their commodity when proposing energy efficiency programs.
But if gas customers did switch to the use of electric furnaces or hot water heaters or other products, that would reduce overall natural gas use, correct?
Madam Hearing Examiner, can you please clarify the question? I believe you're asking if a customer switched out to removed their gas equipment and replace it with another piece of equipment, whether
Correct.
that would reduce natural gas usage? Yes, it would, whether that replacement's with a heat pump or with a wood-fired stove. That's correct.
All right. And are there any programs proposed that I perhaps missed in my review of the materials related to the use of gas stoves?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Are there any proposals within the EE plan addressed to the use of gas stoves?
No, there's not. There are gas equipment that's out there, such as gas stoves, that we really can't find, or I haven't been able to find any that are more efficient than others. And therefore, we've never promoted or proposed programs such as that.
And with respect to the amount of the rebates and the customer participation levels, that is a relatively small portion of the EE plan, correct?
The participation levels?
Well, the availability of the rebates for replacement of existing equipment is a relatively small part of the EE plan.
It is a relatively small portion. We'd like to see it more. We would like to increase participation, but yes, for rebates for replacing equipment is relatively small compared to our other measures.
And could you discuss how your historical experience or New Mexico Gas Company's experience with rebates in past years has informed the decision to offer rebates at the levels offered in the current EE plan or the proposed EE plan?
So the majority of the programs that we have now or that we're proposing are programs that we've had for several years. And so going back and looking at what the actual participation was, how we were able to affect that participation, whether it's through marketing devices or looking at rebate levels, they have been adjusted somewhat over the years. Some up, some actually down a little bit. For instance, electric water or water heaters, not electric water heaters, natural gas water heaters. The efficiency levels went up, standards went up. And so when we're looking at higher efficiency equipment, we compare them to the standard. So if a customer today is able to go out and buy a piece of equipment, what would they be able to get today that's the standard? And we've always looked at what we need to do to incentivize them to put in a more efficient piece of equipment. But water heaters, the standards went up over the last few years. And so their savings aren't as much from the standard to a higher efficiency water heater. So we looked and we had to reduce our rebate, if you will, because the savings went down. So those are things that we take into consideration year after year, looking at codes and standards and how they affect our programs.
Thank you. I think those are the questions that I had for Mr. Casey. Mr. Haverly, any follow-up on those questions?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no follow-up on those.
I think then that Mr. Haverly, you can be dismissed at this time. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Casey, you can be dismissed at this
Thank you,
time.
ma'am. Thank
And I'll
you, ma'am.
leave.
Examiner.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Madam Examiner, I'm going to go have our other witness from the other room, and
All right.
Mr. Cornell will be here. Excuse me, just a second.
Thank you.
So I'll just have
Just leave it up. There's. All right, Madam Examiner, I have my next witness. If it pleases you, I'll begin.
Please go ahead, Mr. Haverty.
Sure. So New Mexico Gas Company calls John Fernald as a witness.
Mr. Fernald, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Fernald, would you please state your full name for the record, please?
John M. Fernald.
And Mr. Fernald, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I am the owner of Fernald Consulting. And I'm in Navasota, Texas. Not now, but that's where I reside.
And Mr. Fernald, you have before you what has been marked as New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit Number 4. Do you recognize it?
I don't have mine marked that way. If you tell me what it is, I'll tell you.
Hold on 1 second.
Is it my testimony?
No, here's the copy of what has been
Oh,
marked.
that
as
one.
Exhibit
Yes, I have
Number
that.
4.
I have that.
And what is that?
Welcome to Zoom.
Oops.
That's 2 corrections to my direct testimony.
Mr. Fernald, is it corrections or is it your full testimony?
To my full testimony.
Mr. Fernald, was this prepared by you or your direction?
Yes, prepared by me.
And Mr. Fernald, do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I just have those 2 that were submitted, I believe, on Friday.
Mr. Fernald, I need you to give me a page and line number of what corrections you have.
Yes, a correction on page 2, line 9. I inserted the use a discount.
And you said you had a second correction. Can you please point us to the page and line of that correction?
Yes, on page 3, line 20, word scientist is now pluralized.
Do you have any other corrections?
No, I don't.
Mr. Fernald, if I asked you the same questions, would you provide the same answers to me as corrected?
Yes, I would.
And those answers as corrected are true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of NMGC Exhibit Number 4.
Is any objection from any party?
Excuse-
Hearing,
Excuse me, I don't have an objection, but he broke up. I did not get his first correction.
Oh, I can go back and do that again, not a problem. Mr. Call,
I've got it right here.
Would you please state the first correction that you have to your testimony?
Yes, the first correction was on page 2 of my testimony, line 9. And it was the insertion of the word "a" between use and discount.
Thank you.
Madam Examiner, I will represent to you and to the commission that a copy of that corrected testimony was uploaded to the Dropbox with those handwritten corrections for your order. And with that, I again move to admit the New Mexico Gas Company.
any other questions or any objections to this document? Hearing none, Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Madam Examiner, I tender the witness for further examination.
We will start again with the Attorney General, Mr. Gedko.
Good afternoon. I do not have questions for Mr. Fernald.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch.
Thank you, hearing examiner. I have a line of questions following up from, the deferral of Steve Casey that I'd like to drill down on with this witness.
Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. Mr. Fernald, my name's Kara Lynch. I'm the attorney for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I have a very short line of questions for you, mostly to follow up on what I described as Mr. Casey's deferral. In the company's proposal, the company proposes using a ratepayer discount rate rather than a WACC as a discount rate for the energy savings discount rate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain what is meant that a WACC represents the perspective of utility investors and an RDR represents the cost of capital for customers for longer term or for long-term investments?
Yes. The WACC is the weighted average cost of capital of the company, and the company invests in pipelines and compressors and meters, as well as buildings, and all of those things are at risk in their business. The consumer invests in his own insulation in his attic, invests in his own furnace, and when he makes decisions about investing in his new furnace, whether to buy the higher efficiency furnace, he's making that decision based on his buying power, not on that of the company. When the company is spending money in these programs, it's for the benefit of those customers, and it's helping them to make the decision whether to purchase that equipment or not. And so it's more appropriate for us to use a rate that is more in line with the decision-making process of the customer. So that's why we propose the ratepayer discount rate.
Does the company use the RD? Do you know if the company uses the RDR for any of its other programs?
As far as I know, they do not.
And so in this docket, the company or this program, the company has chosen to differentiate between equipment that the gas company invests in versus equipment that the consumer invests in. Would you say that's the dividing line for the WACC versus the RDR?
Well, certainly that sounds like a proper dividing line. What I'm looking at is when the company spends money on behalf of the customer, it's contributing that money to the customer for the customer to make a decision on whether to go forward with investment in a high efficiency piece of equipment. All of the savings, once that investment is made, all of the savings from the future benefits relate back to what that customer's decision was. So if that customer wants to make that decision based on his buying power, that makes more sense than the customer making the decision on the company's buying power, where the company has more risky investments and requires a higher rate.
Okay. Do you know if the company did any analysis on the use of an RDR versus a WAC for the company's EE programs?
We did. Actually, we instituted the RDR before I think it was before any of the other utilities had gotten through their first cases. Prior to the use of the RDR, we used a discount rate that was provided by the DOE in the annual energy outlook. And that rate, the DOE quit publishing that rate, so we did not have that available. We went looking for another rate that would meet our needs. We didn't find a rate quite as low as what the Energy Outlook had used in the past for all our other cases, but we did find that the ratepayer discount rate seemed appropriate. We compared that to the WAC that other utilities were looking at using, and we decided to go with the RDR.
And so, can you share with us some of the findings from the analysis that the company used when it compared an RDR to a WAC?
Well, we found that the RDR was generally lower. It was a lower discount rate than the WAC. That was our finding. Also, we did some research into the standards manual that I attached as my Exhibit 2. They tend to agree with us that the ratepayer discount rate was an appropriate rate to use when evaluating investments by the utility on behalf of the customer. And I think that's key to this discussion, is we're not making, or the New Mexico Gas Company is not making an investment. It's making a decision. It's making a contribution to the ratepayer's investment, and it should follow the ratepayer's discount.
So you described one of the results of that analysis as the RDR representing a lower rate. Can you help me better understand that? What does it mean, a lower rate?
Well, I'd say it's a lower rate because it is factually a lower rate. It may not be a lower rate at all times, but it is the rate that's representative of the buying power of the consumer rather than the buying power of the utility.
So the consumer's buying power increases?
The consumer has a lower rate available to it for buying houses and investing in energy efficiency measures in that home than the company does in buying pipelines and buildings and meters.
I need a little bit, I'm sorry, this is newer territory for me. What does lower rate means what?
A smaller percentage.
A smaller percentage of what?
A smaller percentage discount rate.
For the consumer?
Yes, for discounting the future benefits of the measures that they choose to invest in.
Did you look at earnings at all as an outcome of this analysis?
Whose earnings?
The companies?
Well, the company's not in a position to earn off the investments it's making in the consumers' equipment. So companies' earnings don't have any place in this analysis.
So would you say that the company using an RDR results in the company spending less on energy efficiency measures?
Not necessarily. It actually could, by causing future benefits to be of higher value, it could cause a company to spend more on energy efficiency measures. It should allow the company to spend more. And I think Mr. Casey's exhibit comparing the RDR and the weight pair and the WAC, the results of the utility cost test that he shows in his exhibit shows that their utility cost test rates higher using ratepayer discount than it does with the WAC. So there could be more programs offered using the ratepayer discount.
So from the consumer's perspectives, are there greater cost savings that accrue to the consumer because of the use of the RDR?
It's potentially, they could be, yes.
Potentially, but not always.
Well, it could be that the expansion of programs would be to more ratepayers, or it could be the expansion of individual incentives to individual ratepayers. So one individual ratepayer may not benefit from being from us using the RTC. I mean the ratepayer discount rate than the WAC, but because it may be that we decide to expand the programs to more people rather than more incentives to individual people.
Okay. I appreciate the time you've provided here for me to ask a few more questions to follow up on the examination of Casey. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, does staff have any cross-examination for Mr. Fernald?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the staff does not.
All right, thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Fernald, and
Yes.
then I will go back to Mr. Haverly if he has any follow-up.
Okay.
So, Mr. Fernald, and I am relatively new to this discipline. Does the discount rate have an impact on the total amount of spending that the gas company decides to undertake for the energy efficiency program?
Yes. The UCT compares the investment, the cost up front, the upfront cost of the money that's used to expand or to facilitate the programs with the savings that are generated over the life of the measures. And so if the value of the savings is greater by using the ratepayer discount rate, that means you can spend more money up front.
Okay. And so in this case, by choosing the 4% rate derived, as you explained, from mortgage, 30-year mortgage rates, how has that, or if you can tell me, affected the amount that New Mexico Gas Company chose to spend this year or in this plan?
Yeah, when we started out, one of the first things that Mr. Casey asked me to do is tell him what the discount rate is so that he can develop his programs around that. So it definitely impacts what Mr. Casey has to makes available to customers in their offerings.
Okay. And do you know whether or not differing rates were utilized in that analysis of how much eventually New Mexico Gas Company settled on?
I don't believe any other discount rates were used.
And does the discount rate and the total amount that New Mexico Gas Company settled on affect the rider increase in the customer payments for services?
The only thing that affects the rider is how much is spent up front.
Okay. Well, the total amount spent by New Mexico Gas Company.
Right. It's not affected by the discount rate.
Or it's indirectly, would you say it's indirectly affected by the discount rate because the discount rate contributes to the decision by New Mexico Gas Company on how much they're going to spend?
Yes, I agree with that.
I don't believe I have any other questions for Mr. Fernald at this time. Mr. Haverly?
No redirect for this witness. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Then does anyone have anything else? Mr. Gedko?
Yeah, just this is kind of an interesting topic. Here, so I have a question based off the questions you've asked. With the incentive rate that the company receives is based off of the WAC, correct?
No.
So I'm reading from, not your testimony, but NMGC's current approved incentive is 6.9%, 6.96% of its overall portfolio costs, which matched NMGC's WAC from its 2018 rate case filing.
No, I stand corrected. You are correct. I thought you meant in relationship to the discount rate, but you are correct. But you're getting into an area that's really not what I was hired to speak about.
Where are you reading from, Mr. Gedko?
That's in NMGC exhibit number 1, page 40, lines 9 through 16. So the only reason that's curious to me, and I see how these play and what they do, is the amount of the dollars that are spent by the company. You explained you choose the RDR because it essentially functions as the consumer's money. So we should think about the discount rate as being applied through the eyes of the consumer. And so it's not really looked at as an investment that the company is making to receive a return upon, correct?
Right. But the incentive rate is based on the performance of the programs. It's a measure of their success. It's really not a measure of whether one individual customer did well.
But so how do you, since the logic, and it seems to make some sense for using the RDRs because it essentially becomes money that the customer uses and it's not an investment that the company makes. What then is the logic to apply the WAC to the money that the company spends? Because normally the WAC is applied to investments that the company makes. So,
well, the incentive does become the company's money.
So we treat this money in two ways, if I understand correctly. The money is looked at as consumers' money for the purposes of choosing the RDR, but it's looked at as the company's investment money for the purposes of calculating the incentive rate. Is that correct?
Not exactly.
Objection, Brian Haverly, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
Here, we're going far afield from Mr. Fernald's testimony. He was not a witness for the incentive mechanism or the amount that the company is looking for incentive. He's solely for the discount rate. So if there are questions about the discount rate, I'm totally fine with that. I think we've gone beyond his scope.
Mr. Gedko?
Would this be an appropriate question for Mr. Casey then? Because we ended up here in this discussion because Mr. Casey deferred, and hence we pursued this line of questioning as an item of last resort. And I've noticed in these hearings, there's always talk of recalling witnesses, and then it almost never happens. And the interveners seem to end up with a lack of information.
Well, Mr. Haverly, would you have any objection to recalling Mr. Casey?
I have no objection. I would like to state that the deferral to Mr. Fernald was on a discount rate topic. It had nothing to do with the incentive rate. So I don't know that that's an appropriate reason to bring Mr. Casey back, but no, in general, I don't have an objection to recalling Mr. Casey.
If Mr. Casey were recalled, Mr. Gedko, would you have any further questions for Mr. Fernald?
Yeah, no, we're not supposed to ask questions we don't have answers to, but I am curious of, to ask that question that I just asked of, is it a correct interpretation that the dollars that the company invests in these programs essentially have two skins? One skin for the discount rate that is applied in the calculation of the UCT, and another skin for calculating the amount of money that the company will receive as an incentive based on that investment. And how should we understand the application of those two skins to that pot of money? It's curious.
Do you have any comment on that, Mr. Fernald?
I have one comment relative to one of the things that Mr. Gedko said relative to the discount rate. The discount rate is applied to future savings. It is not applied to the amount of money that's spent up front. So it is related to the customer's savings over time. So use that for what you need to, and figuring out why there's two skins in this case.
I appreciate that. It's got my head spinning a little bit. Well, not spinning. I'll give myself more credit than that. Thinking.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gedko. Anything further?
No.
Mr. Haverly?
Nothing further from my part, Madam Hearing Examiner.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Lynch.
Mr. Fernald, why would the company discount the energy savings from the customer's perspective when in reality the costs and benefits have been calculated from the utilities perspective?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I can answer the first part of why the discount rate is used to calculate the benefits, and that's because of the time value of money. Money in the future is not worth as much generally as money today. And so the savings that the customer gets 10 years from now is not as valuable as the savings that it's going to get next year. So that's why there is a discount rate applied to the future savings.
So all the costs and benefits, however, are calculated from only the utilities perspective, correct?
No, the benefits are calculated according to the consumer's perspective. What will the customer receive as a benefit by having to buy less gas in the future? So it's the money we're talking about saving, the benefits that we're talking about are benefits to the customer. They're not benefits to the company.
Does the company benefit at all?
Through the incentive, that's the only benefit. Until the incentive was put in place, the company got zero from the programs, with the exception there was some benefit applied to the money that was invested by the company until that money was recovered from the customers. But as far as what the company spends and what the company recovers of that spending, that's a wash.
If the company deems that selling more gas is the only way to make a profit, correct?
Madam Examiner, I'm going to object. Again, we're getting far across away from the discount rate testimony that Mr. Fernald offered.
I'm gonna.
Thank you, Miss Allen. I'll go ahead and end my line of questions here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. That does lead me actually, though, to have one follow-up question for Mr. Fernald. So would it be appropriate to say, Mr. Fernald, that essentially the discount rate balances the amount of increased cost to the customer because of the rider against the benefits that the customers will realize from the various energy efficiency programs that are funded by the rider?
That's a complicated question. I would say I'd have to agree with you, but there's a lot in there.
Okay. All right. Mr. Haverly?
Nothing for me, Madam Examiner.
All right. I think then that we can dismiss you, Mr. Fernald.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm wondering if this would be an appropriate time to recall Mr. Casey if he's available.
Look, Madam Examiner, let me go check and see, because obviously I haven't had any communication with him since Mr. Fernald came in. So I will need to go make sure he's not left the building, so to say.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be back in a moment.
Now I have to remember that question.
That's what our transcripts are for.
Oh, great.
We could ask Miss Ash Hoyman perhaps to replay it.
Great.
And that's your question, Mr. Gedko?
Yeah, I think that we could replay the way I restated it when I was asked if I would have a question for Mr. Casey if he were recalled. The question was from the hearing examiner to me, and
Give me a moment, don't speak, and I'll look for it. So was this before or after the hearing examiner said I'm fairly new to this discipline? Let's see.
after.
It was after.
Madam Examiner, I found Mr. Casey. He had not successfully left the building yet. So he is back. Would you like to instruct him on the continuing oath? That he's still under oath, or?
And just a moment, we are not on the record because I am looking for something for Mr. Gedko.
Understood.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I have had to switch computers and what have you, so I'm not. Okay, so I've got hearing examiner Amaya Allen. Let's see. All right, is it this question? Yeah, we are not supposed to ask questions that we don't have answers to, but I am curious to ask that question that I just asked. Am I in the right area?
You nailed it.
Is it a correct interpretation that the dollars that the company invests in these programs essentially have two skins? One skin for the discount rate that is applied in the calculation of the UCT, and another skin for calculating the amount of money the company will receive as an incentive based on that investment? And how should we understand the application of those two skins to that pot of money? It's curious.
Thank you, Ms. Ash Hoyman. I think we will go back on the record and have Mr. Casey resworn.
Mr. Casey, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Casey. Mr. Gedko had a question that derived from a line of questioning about the ratepayer discount and the WACC rate, which Mr. Fernald referred back to you. So we have recalled you on this. And I would also add, if I have the indulgence of New Mexico Gas Company and Mr. Haverly, I realize that I actually had two lines of questioning for Mr. Casey that I neglected to pursue with him earlier. But we'll start with Mr. Gedko and his question with respect to the WACC and the ratepayer discount rates.
Thanks
Mr.
for coming.
Gedko?
Thanks for coming back and teaching me to leave the building quickly if I'm ever on the stand. Yeah, we just got into I didn't even generate it, but it produced some curiosity for me, a line of questioning with the other witness. And it centered on how the ratepayer discount rate is used in the calculation of the UCT, whereas the WACC is used to calculate the incentive that the company receives based on for the investments that it makes in energy efficiency programs. And it led to my question being, you might correct me, and if not, I'm going to correct myself. But my original question was, well, that's kind of interesting. It's a single pot of money, or the same amount, is what I said, that for the purposes of doing the UCT is applied, the ratepayer discount rate is applied. And for the purposes of calculating the incentive that the company receives, the WACC is applied. And my question is, can you help me understand how to feel comfortable with the different rates being applied to what I understood to be the same pot of money was the term I used.
Okay, well, the way we looked at it, I think Mr. Fernald explained that the ratepayer discount we're taking into consideration from the ratepayer's point of view, the customer's point of view. And we think that's more appropriate to utilize that as a discount rate for looking at in their perspective. The WACC utilized in the incentive is per statute that a company would shall not exceed the product of its weighted average cost of capital. So that's where from our perspective, my perspective, the difference lies is that one is we're looking at programs and trying to develop programs from a perspective of the ratepayer. But as far as the incentive goes, the way the statute reads is that we're allowed an incentive that's based on the WACC.
And it says it's not to exceed, which I don't know why you would, but would allow you to charge a lower percentage than the WACC. The statute just says you can't exceed the WACC. Is that what, did I correctly understand that?
That's the way I read it in the statute. That's correct.
And then the hearing examiner asked an interesting question that didn't really get answered, had to do with, is this a sort of balancing of the savings that are provided by the programs against the costs? And it triggered me to think, first, Mr. Fernald clarified that the ratepayer discount rate is applied to the future savings amounts that the customers receive. And so it made me think, so the customer's savings from the eyes of the customer receive a discount rate, the ratepayer discount rate, that's 4.0% or thereabouts. But in rates, they're going to pay for the investment to get that savings at the WACC, which is 6.96% in the previous case and 6.65% in this case. So the customer, if they were to evaluate that with both those things in their head, they would say, I'm getting a benefit that's discounted at 4%, but I'm paying 6.65% interest to get that benefit. Is that right?
Well, I'm not an economist, but that sounds appropriate. But again, I'm not an economist, so I don't know the future value of the money and how that weighs against our ratepayer discount versus what the WACC would be.
I appreciate that. And I don't even know which way would be more beneficial for which parties at this point. So I think I'll entertain that with a soda pop at the bar down the street after work. So thank you.
Ms. Lynch, did you have any questions for Mr. Casey on this topic?
I don't have any follow-up questions.
And then here's everybody said, if we would indulge you, of course we will indulge you. We're here at your place. So whatever you want to ask Mr. Casey, please.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Casey, going to all right, first I think actually kind of sticking to where we were with respect to the incentive rate. What impact will there be on the rider, if any, if there is a change in the incentive, the structure of the incentive as proposed by staff and accepted, to my understanding, by New Mexico Gas Company?
Okay. Well, the way I see it and can imagine the way it would work is that we would make the assumption that we're going to meet our goals. We're going to make the assumption that we're going to spend the budget and that we would receive the incentive that's allowed. And so we would base our energy efficiency fee on recovering those costs. Once the program year is said and done, and we re-look at exactly how much money we collected, did we meet the budget, indeed meet the budget? Did we indeed meet those savings or not? Did we indeed get the 100% of the incentive that's been approved? Then that would weigh into the formula for going forward. So it would affect it. For instance, if for some reason the tiered incentive went into place, and there was a part of it that says you only get 90% if you only meet X amount of savings. And we assumed that we were going to get 100%, and that would be the over collection of that additional 10% of that money that would go into the formula or the reduction of a future energy efficiency fee. So that's how I could see it in what we would refer to as reconciliation of over or under collections going forward.
So essentially, there could be a true up at some point in the future. But
Yep.
the rider, the rate that's proposed in the rider would remain the same if the incentive structure were to change.
That's
at this
correct.
point.
Yes.
All right. So, you know, the majority of the public comments that we received raised a concern about the increase in the energy efficiency rider. Have you reviewed any of those public comments by any chance?
I have seen the comments. Yes, ma'am.
And do you, I thought perhaps that some of the public comments might indicate a misperception or perhaps not an understanding that the increase relates only to the energy efficiency rider as opposed to the overall rate charged to customers for gas service. Do you think that's correct?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I totally agree with that assessment. I believe that there was a misunderstanding on a lot of the customers' parts on the advice notice.
I think I will take that into consideration in the future in looking at how the advice notices are presented. So that I actually just, I guess, would encourage New Mexico Gas Company in future filings to take that into consideration, that there seemed to be pretty much widespread customer misunderstanding on that point.
Madam Hearing Examiner, absolutely. We've already discussed that we definitely need to make the advice notice a little bit more clear.
The other question I had to do with the outreach to residential customers in particular, and a little follow up on the question about, you know, the number of languages spoken. Does New Mexico Gas Company routinely send out materials in Spanish in its billing statements? I know there's a reference in the EE plan. And I think if we look at page 34 of Exhibit SLC 2, the EE plan, it talks about the monthly bill insert, back of the envelope, and customer newsletter. Has there been consideration of providing those documents in Spanish on a routine basis?
There has been consideration in providing documents in Spanish. But what we've taken into consideration on some of those, some of that outreach is the cost. And is it appropriate? Will it reach the majority of our customers and convey the message we're trying to convey? So some of the messaging, let's say outside of energy efficiency especially, we do provide customer data in both English and Spanish on important notification and messaging that we try to do. And then we look at our energy efficiency programs the same way, whether it's through social media or direct mail. Those types of things on the message that we're trying to get out and what communities we're trying to have the outreach in. So not all of our messaging has been in both English and Spanish, but where we think it's appropriate and where obviously that when it is asked for us to be provided in Spanish, we do that as well.
Well, I would like the company to take into consideration providing some of those routine monthly bill inserts, back of the envelope, and so on in Spanish as well to customers. And do you know whether or not those documents are also subjected to any kind of readability evaluation? In other words, are they readable by anyone with a 6th grade education, 8th grade education, 12th grade education? Do they require someone to have a college education?
Well, I don't know about if we've ever taken into consideration readability of a certain education level. We do try to communicate to where most people would have an understanding of the message that we're trying to convey. And as far as the Spanish interpretation, we have employees that do speak Spanish and speak directly with our customers. We run anything that we are translating into Spanish by those employees as well to make sure that its readability is correct and appropriate to the customer base that we're trying to get the message to.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Any follow-up on those, Mr. Haverly?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner. I have no questions. We appreciate your suggestions, and I promise you that the company will take those into consideration.
Any follow-up on my questions from Mr. Gedko, Ms. Lynch, or staff? Mr. Friedman?
None from staff.
Thank you.
No,
None.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lynch, and thank you, Mr. Gedko. And I think now we will again dismiss you, Mr. Casey, and perhaps now you have the opportunity to leave the building.
I'll take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. I think that will conclude New Mexico Gas Company's case. Is that correct, Mr. Haverly?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that concludes the Mexico Gas Company's case.
Great. And let's see, I think we will then be able to start with the Attorney General, Mr. Gedko.
Yes, I will. I know she is watching on YouTube, but just in case, I'm sending a text message right now to manage this arrival.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 3:52, more or less. So we're off the record for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I can't hear you.
We will go back on the record in 22-00232 and the Attorney General may commence their case.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me because I switched sound systems here. Can you hear me? Wonderful, thank you.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gedko, go ahead. Oh, perhaps Mr. Gedko isn't back yet.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. I can hear you much better.
I was taking advantage of the 352.
Well, it's always a little confusing because right now I have different times on my watch, my laptop, and my phone. So it's hard to tell. But go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, actually, we should start with Miss Ash Hoyman swearing in Miss Calais.
Ms. Calais, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Maybe this step isn't needed, but the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General would like to call Jennifer Calais to the stand, and she has just been sworn in. Good afternoon, Ms. Calais.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Sure. It's Jennifer, Jennnifer, Calais, Kallay.
Miss Calais, there appears to be a little bit of feedback possibly. Do you still have the YouTube feed running or?
No, we do not. I do not.
Okay, well, let's go ahead.
Okay. If it gets worse, just let me know.
Thank you.
And Ms. Calais, who do you work for and what are your duties?
I work for Synapse Energy Economics, and I have 15 years of experience at Synapse analyzing the costs and benefits of energy efficiency efforts for jurisdictions in the United States and in Canada. I've also reviewed many energy efficiency plans over the years, as well as energy efficiency reports.
Do you have what I labeled as BN OAG Exhibit 1 direct testimony of Jennifer Calais in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
Yes, I did.
Are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
No, there are none.
And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes, they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I request that the exhibit labeled as BN OAG Exhibit 1 direct testimony of Jennifer Calais be admitted into the record.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, OAG Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Calais for cross-examination.
In this case, we'll start with Mr. Haverly.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I just have a few questions. Ms. Calais, you indicated that you had some concerns about New Mexico Gas Company's low-income program in your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that of the testimony of Steve Casey that that a lot of that backlog on the low-income weatherization program is related to COVID and MFA's ability to get into homes? Are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, that is what Mr. Casey responded in his testimony, correct?
Do you have any remaining concerns about that issue?
Yes, I would say I still do. I think my first concern is that it seems to me to be a rather large number. When I look at the company's low-income programs, I looked at the annual reports to see how many customers participated in those programs in the last few years, and it seemed to range from 200 to 600 participants. So 3,000 individuals waiting for audits or services is at least 5 and up to 10 times that number. So I'm concerned that not enough attention is being placed on making sure that customers can get served in a timely manner.
Ms. Calais, have you reached out to anybody at the Mortgage Finance Authority to discuss the backlog with them personally?
No, I have not.
Were you aware that at the time of your testimony, Hector Balderas, the Attorney General of the state of New Mexico, was a board member of MFA?
No, I am not.
Did you ever ask the Attorney General, Hector Balderas, about any of the backlogs at MFA?
No, I have not.
These questions are directed towards internal communications.
She's an expert witness. I can ask her any questions. Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe that's the rule.
I'm going to allow the questions. Go ahead, Mr. Haverly.
That was actually the end of my questions, Madam Hearing Examiner. So I don't have any more on that. And I pass the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch.
It would be considered friendly cross. I don't have any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Mr. Friedman.
Staff does not have any questions either.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Calais, you raised a concern about how the EE rider rate increase might unfairly, or perhaps not unfairly, but disproportionately impact lower income consumers. Did you have any suggestion on how that might be remedied?
I believe in my testimony, I just said that it's appropriate to just make sure that the programs are designed well so that low-income customers can participate, since they're paying in at the same rate as other customers. So for me, I see some potential barriers, I think, to that participation. We just talked about a wait list being one of them. I raised in my testimony the absence of any funding, at least from the company, to support ancillary repairs, and also mentioned that weatherization incentives might be a little bit low and could be increased. So I think that there are areas where this program could be improved, and that there is a potential that some participants are not able to participate today.
Okay. So I know that you made a suggestion that the commission should require the company, and I'm looking at page 4 of your testimony, should increase incentives to program participants for weatherization and enable more customers to be served. Did you have a specific suggestion on that?
I think that could be well informed by conducting a participant cost test, actually. So just to clarify some of the conversation from earlier today that was on the record, the utility cost test is very much focused on how the utility fares in these programs and does not really address how participants fare. So the utility can use that test to establish a maximum incentive level, but it doesn't really say much about what the minimum incentive is and whether the incentives are above the minimum incentive. So a participant test could be used to evaluate how participants would fare and to ensure that incentives are set at levels that could benefit participants economically. So I would just I think my recommendation was to use that test to make sure that these incentive levels are actually well designed and set at appropriate levels for participation.
You also mentioned adding in costs and benefits that are missing from the utility cost test. Are you just discussing the participant cost test, or are there other items that you think, for example, assumed costs or other elements that should have been included in the utility cost test?
Yes, so participant costs and benefits don't really have a place, again, in the utility cost test because it's utility focused. So my assessment of that test revealed that some of the minimum requirements that would be expected to be represented in that calculation were likely missing. And I think some of the questions that we heard earlier today confirmed that those elements were missing. There's one cost that's missing, and there's actually quite a lot of benefits missing. And what that indicates to me is that the utility cost tests are actually likely understated. Those values are likely understated, and there may be more cost-effective opportunity that's not being accessed by this program. And there may in fact be measures that have been eliminated from the program that maybe don't need to be eliminated. So my suggestion is, my recommendation is to make sure that the utility cost test is a well-constructed test and includes the costs and benefits that should be included in that test. Separately, we've talked about also looking at a participant cost test. I didn't assess any of the company's calculations against that test because they have indicated on numerous occasions that they don't have the data to calculate that test, and they did not calculate that test as part of this plan.
So if there were to be a revision in what costs were included in the utility cost test, in the second part of the equation to see what costs are being to see, what, for example, associated supply side resources, the avoided costs, what would be the outcome that you would be seeking as a result of that?
I mean, I would just be seeking to ensure that the test is constructed completely and accurately so that the decisions being made about the energy efficiency plans are being done so in the best, in good faith.
Right. And what's the source of these additional costs or benefits that you feel are missing from the UCT?
Sure. So in the construction of the National Standard Practice Manual, one element of putting that together is a table that actually shows the minimum requirements for the utility cost test. And that table is in my testimony. So that table represents the minimum required costs and benefits for that test. I note that the utility mentioned that it's illustrative and hasn't been adopted by the state. I would say that the state wasn't very specific in its EE rules about the costs and benefits that should or should not be included. And so the company was kind of left to interpret what it was going to include, and it made certain decisions and included certain things and left out other things. I guess what I would say about that is that again, that table represents the minimum requirements. There certainly are not less than those requirements, but there could be more. And I think that's why the table is labeled illustrative, because it's not necessarily an exhaustive list. There could be more items, but that is the minimum number of costs and benefits that should be considered.
So if the avoided monetary costs were to go up, would that result in a requirement for greater spending in order to achieve a UCT of 1 or higher?
There's no requirement on spending as far as I'm aware. So the company has proposed a plan with a certain level of spending, and that level of spending is deemed to be cost effective. The state doesn't have, they have a maximum level of spending, but no other, I would say, guidance or targets related to that. So it's possible that more cost-effective energy efficiency would be allowed within that test. So measures may pass that wouldn't have passed under the incomplete version of the test that's being performed today. That could result in the need to add some budget to fund those measures, especially if the state is interested in reaching all of the cost-effective potential available in the state.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kelly. I do not actually have anything further. So, Mr. Gedko, do you have any follow-up or redirect for Ms. Kelly?
I do not.
All right. I think Ms. Lynch or Mr. Haverly, do you have any follow-up for Ms. Kelly?
This is Brian Haverly. I have just a couple of quick questions generated by questions that you asked, Madam Hearing Examiner, if you would indulge me.
Please go ahead.
Ms. Calais, I'm thinking about the low income and you're concerned that they're paying more than they receive. Are you aware that the energy efficiency riders collected on a per therm basis?
Yes, I am.
So it's a volumetric rate, is that correct?
That's correct.
The more gas you use, the more you pay in the energy efficiency rider, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you done any analysis at all about what customer classes are paying what in the energy efficiency rider whatsoever in this case?
If the question is related to low income, I don't believe that we were able to see a low income specific rate class. So I'm having trouble answering that question. Perhaps you can confirm.
You are correct. There is no low income rate class, but I was just wondering if you did it by rate class at all. Did you do that analysis?
We wanted to look in more detail at rate classes, but because low income doesn't have its own rate class, we were not able to do that analysis.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Mr. Gedko, if there's nothing further, I think we can probably dismiss Ms. Kelly.
I think that's appropriate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly, for testifying today in this case.
Thank you very much for having me.
Mr. Gedko, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Takahashi, I'm sure will be making his way into the waiting room momentarily.
And I have just admitted him.
I'm texting to say that we don't yet have the video.
Why don't we go off the record for a couple of minutes? Mr. Gedko, why don't you contact Mr. Takahashi and see if you can determine the problem with his video?
Thank you. We're working on it already. Thank you.
Yeah, let me use this one.
Okay. Sorry. Seem like. Oh. Okay.
We're just switching machines.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Sorry about this. Yeah.
All right, we'll go back on the record in 22-00232. Mr. Takahashi, you will be our next witness, and I would ask our court reporter to swear you in.
Thank you.
Mr. Takahashi, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
Good afternoon, Mr. Takahashi. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kenji, Kenji, Takahashi, Takahashi.
Thank you. And who do you work for and what are your duties?
I work for Synapse Energy Economics. I have Synapse, I have 18 years of experience assessing the design, impact, and potential of energy efficiency programs for a variety of jurisdictions across North America for many different clients. Another focus of my work has been technology, resource, and economic assessments of building decarbonization and its implication on the gas system planning.
Thank you. Do you have what is labeled as BNOAG Exhibit 2A, direct testimony of Kenji Takahashi in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
Yes, I did it by myself. Yep.
Are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
No, I don't.
And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I request that BNOAG Exhibit 2A, direct testimony of Kenji Takahashi, be admitted into the record.
Is there any objection to the admission of 2A? Hearing none, Exhibit 2A is admitted.
And Now, I apologize for this, but this is something I haven't had to handle before. Is in appendix to Mr. Takahashi's direct testimony, he included an electronic workbook that was used in the preparation of testimony and was originally provided by the company and through discovery. I was going to proceed to enter it into evidence as its own exhibit. Being that it's an electronic workbook, it's very difficult to print out individual printed PDFs of every page. And I did the best with the experience I have that I think it could be admitted as an exhibit through the normal means. And if any party should have an objection or have a better suggestion, I'm open to it. But I've found these kinds of matters are a bit nebulous in front of the commission normally.
Well, I do have some concern about how this document can be made appropriately part of the public record, because as a workbook, it could be subject to changes being made in it. It's not, is this akin to an Excel spreadsheet that could be printed out as a PDF?
You know, in speaking it out right now, I could see myself tonight opening every page and every tab and printing it out as it with the original numbers that are provided in it. Yeah.
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly. In rate cases, we have
Yes,
large
Mr.
models. In rate cases, we have large models that we have to PDF and print out on it, and they take up massive amounts of space. I will say that I did print out 2B, and I think it's about 4,000 pages when you print it out. It's massive. So I would say, is it really necessary for the AG? Because this is going to increase our record quite a bit. I mean, it's the company's model. It looks like it's the company's model. I got it over the weekend and tried to look at it, but it is 4,000 pages long. I will go by the representation of Mr. Getko that it's all the same model that we gave them in Discovery. I'm not questioning that. It's just very voluminous. And I think the results are in testimony. So I kind of not sure what it adds to anything, but I'm here for a discussion. I'm sorry.
I totally appreciate it. And it stemmed from, you know, when we filed testimony that it was done in that manner. And I'm learning every day on this job, and maybe I would handle it differently going forward. But once that was done and we arrived at this point, I didn't want to cross more hairs at this point. I propose that we proceed with the cross-examination, and if we arrive at a point where we feel like a significant element of that model needs to be accessed, we can note that, and then we could issue that as an exhibit, which would follow along similarly with the idea of the rate case application and such, the specific pages.
That would be my inclination in this. So at this time, I am not going to admit Exhibit 2B. And if there are specific sections of 2B that are utilized during the hearing, that we can have a discussion about printing out those specific sections and admitting those.
I just want to thank everybody for
Go
their
ahead.
understanding.
Go ahead.
Then based on BNOAG Exhibit 2A having been admitted into the record, I state thank you, and the Office of the Attorney General now tenders Mr. Takahashi for cross-examination.
All right, and we will go to Mr. Haverly.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I do not have any questions for this witness.
Ms. Lynch, I assume again, your questioning would be friendly cross-examination?
Correct.
Mr. Friedman?
Staff has no questions.
I do have a question, Mr. Takahashi.
Yes, thank you.
It seems that a large part of your testimony is a discussion about a switch in New Mexico Gas Company's approach to the use of more efficient gas-powered appliances or equipment to equipment that is based on electricity or electric use. And my question is whether you're aware of any gas utility companies anywhere in the country that are providing incentives for a switch to an electric-based equipment.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So as I mentioned in my testimony, I am aware that at least 3 jurisdictions where gas companies are providing incentive to electric heat pumps for switching from gas to those technologies. One is the gas companies in Massachusetts, where gas companies are using their own system benefit charge ratepayer funded money to fund electric heat pumps. Another area is Vermont Gas Systems. They started 2 years ago, they started funding leasing electric heat pumps as a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Another one area is DC. So DC has a third-party administrator, statewide administrator called Sustainable Energy Utility, DCSEU. And they have the same concern that greenhouse gas emission reductions. So they, last year, I believe, they stopped funding gas equipment and switched to electric heat pumps.
And forgive me, you said the second one was Vermont?
Vermont Gas System. Yep.
Okay. And were those based on statutory or regulatory requirements in the laws or regulations of those jurisdictions?
I think it depends. You're right. Depends on the state. In the case of Vermont, there's a policy, RPS, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, and one of the tier is to incentivize emission, like greenhouse gas emission reductions. And I didn't investigate this in detail, but that could be one of the reasons why, right? There might be multiple reasons, but one of the reasons that why they started to incentivize heat pumps, because heat pump can save a lot of natural gas. And DC and Massachusetts, both states have a very aggressive greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. And they don't have, in the case of DC, they don't have yet any specific requirements policy to the DCSEU, but they are fully aware that the jurisdiction-wide targets or policy direction. So they wanted to be in line with that policy direction.
Okay, thank you. And finally, on page 13 of your testimony, there's a table related to SWEEP's analysis of the economics of heat pumps in warmer southwestern cities.
Right.
And there's a reference here that, as shown in this table, the economics are worse for Albuquerque than for Las Cruces, but I don't see Albuquerque in this table. I only see Las Cruces in the table.
Oh, yes. So that is presented in table 2. So table 2 summarizes the two cities at the same time. The first one is just to show how the sweep analysis analyze different cities, but the table 2 summarizes for the New Mexico.
And
city.
so, do I understand this then to mean that in Albuquerque and Las Cruces, the heat pump would not be financially beneficial to the customer, even though it may, of course, have a positive impact on greenhouse gas emissions?
In this table, yes. However, situation have changed since then. So table 3, the following table 3, which is on page 16, where I analyze more up-to-date information about gas prices and using the recent gas prices, how the economics would change for consumers. And here I found that it has become more economic for consumers. But I would say more importantly, starting from this year, right, the Inflation Reduction Act, right, federal incentives are providing a lot of incentives at minimum $2,000. If it's space heating, right, you get tax credits. So if you apply the $2,000 to the cost difference, that will make heat pumps more cost effective for most of the cities in New Mexico.
Okay. And what do you know when those incentives would go into effect?
Yes, so $2,000 is already available. It's a tax credits. So any systems you install as of January 1st will be eligible, right? And there will be another program, at least another program that will give much more incentives for lower income customers. For the customers with the income from less than 150% of the median income level, there will be $8,000 incentive available. And the sources, one of the sources we provided as one of the exhibits, which is from DOE. DOE says that they expect that the grant IRA incentive for that program will be available to the states in spring 2023 this year. And they also mentioned that they expect that states will be ready to distribute the money to consumers in late 2023.
And are there incentives available under the IRA related to any gas powered equipment?
My understanding is that there's no incentive for gas equipment.
Those are my questions for Mr. Takahashi, and so I will turn the witness over to Mr. Gedko for follow-up. But if everyone can please excuse me for a moment, my dog just came in and took something off my desk, and I have to go get it. All right, so on a side note, complete destruction of a highlighter. All right, so Mr. Gedko, go ahead with Mr. Takahashi.
Yeah, thank you. When the calculations are done for the tables 1, 2, and 3 that were referred to in the questioning from the hearing examiner, is it correct to understand that the upfront cost of the appliance is included in that cost calculation?
Yes.
So when more federal dollars are available to consumers to lower the cost to install an appliance, that makes it more affordable over the life of the appliance. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is it correct that some of the incentives that will be for low income eligible consumers will not just be tax credits, but will be straight dollar incentives? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, in one of the programs, they will provide incentives as direct rebates, which means that they will be able to get the incentive upfront. They don't have to wait for the tax credits at the end of the year. Right? And there will be higher incentives for lower income customers, which means that if a customer switch to heat pumps from gas systems, right, and they will be also able to reduce the program cost for New Mexico Gas, because the incentive for low-income gas measures are higher, right, higher than typical incentives, right? And so if they can switch to heat pumps using federal money, then lots of money, more money will be available from ratepayers to fund something else.
And the hearing examiner asked questions about when that money would be available. Do you also know how long some of this funding will be available?
Yes. So the tax credits will be available now, will be available until 2030. Let me double check that. Just sorry, 1 second, please. 2032, right? And for another program I did mention, will be also available through 2032. But my understanding is that up to the money allocated to each state. So for that specific program, New Mexico is receiving about $44 million.
Okay. And you made reference to an exhibit that we uploaded to Dropbox that provides this information for some of the answers to the hearing examiner's question. Were you referencing the ACEEE policy brief document?
Yes, I did.
Can you, do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And is that a publicly available document that is open to most any individual that can use a web browser?
Yes, readily available.
And did you find it useful in providing information as to the incentives that would be available for the purposes of developing your testimony?
Yes, yes, especially table 2 from the exhibit.
Madam Hearing Examiner, would I be able to request that BN OAG Exhibit 4 be admitted into the record for reference.
Just a moment. And can you tell me how this varies from Exhibit 5?
There was
Are these?
There was the situation on Thursday with the difficulty, and in my stressful, I uploaded when I believe, I mean, I'll share with folks that there was an email communication for a procedural matter where I informed the hearing examiner that I wasn't able to upload. And then you issued an extension to Friday. And so I then relabeled with BN, and I made a change with respect to the way that I handled that electronic workbook. I essentially updated my exhibits between Thursday and Friday based on having more time and what I thought was more appropriate. And so all of the ones that don't have BN before them should not be included.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Does anyone have any objection to BN OAG Exhibit 4 that we take administrative notice of that document and admit it in the record? Yes,
Madam
Mr.
Examiner,
Haverly?
this is Brian Haverly. I don't think that this is a document that's appropriate to take administrative notice. I believe this is a summary that was prepared by an organization, and that summary is by certain authors who claim, I believe, to have read the act and then summarized it. So I don't think it's an administrative notice type of admission. And I have concerns because it is a summary, that it's hearsay, drafted by people that are not subject to cross-examination. I think that under the rules, Mr. Takahashi can rely on this kind of stuff to form his opinions, but I don't think that makes the underlying documents themselves admissible evidence. And so I'd say that that there's a hearsay problem here because it's these people's summary of a tax law.
Mr. Gedko, any response?
My response would be that while we're in this moment of large amounts of federal funding coming forward, and we're repeatedly being told by the utilities that they're trying to figure out how these incentives can be applied, and we all share the goal of improving energy efficiency in the state, that a document of this sort, which gives facts related to the Inflation Reduction Act, can only serve to be helpful in assessing what is available, both to the company as well as to the commission.
Well, I'm going to reserve ruling on this at this point, and I will review this this evening and make a determination on whether or not we'll take notice of it.
Okay. Sorry, everything just moved on my screen.
Can I add one comment about the documentation?
Go ahead, Mr. Takahashi.
I just want to add that this document prepared by ACEEE, American Council for Energy Efficient Economy. I just want to say that they are the most active organization in promoting energy efficiency programs across the country and probably across the globe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Takahashi. Mr. Gedko, anything further for Mr. Takahashi?
I just have one more that might be very helpful considering the exchange that we just had. In determining the incentives that will be available and the timelines for those incentives, did you also reference the White House's IRA guidebook, which I have labeled and uploaded to Dropbox as BNOAG Exhibit 3 Inflation Reduction Act Guidebook.
In my testimony, no, let me double check. No, I don't think I used that in my testimony. I did use the SCEEE document we previously discussed. Yeah.
Would you consider it a resource publicly available that might be beneficial for all participants in this hearing to understand what is available in the Inflation Reduction Act?
Yes, definitely. That's the most reliable source, the original source for the IRA incentives. So.
And my understanding is that it is published by the White House. Is that correct, as opposed to what would be considered a policy organization?
Yes, that is correct.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to move for administrative notice to be taken of BNOAG Exhibit 3, the Inflation Reduction Act Guidebook.
I will similarly take that under consideration. I would point out, however, that the Inflation Reduction Act itself, as a federal statute, is something that could be referenced in your briefing in this case to support Mr. Takahashi's testimony if you deem that appropriate. But again, I will take this under advisement and let you know whether or not it will be subject to notice.
We appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anything further with this witness, Mr. Gedko?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything further for Mr. Takahashi?
I have one quick line of questions, if I could, based on the discussions that you all have had. Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'd allow me.
Go ahead, Ms. Everly.
Mr. Takahashi, I believe that the hearing examiner asked whether there were incentives in the this tax act, the Inflation Reduction Act, related to gas furnace equipment. Could you just clarify your answer? Is your answer that there aren't any, or that there aren't any that you're aware of? That wasn't clear to me.
Yeah, so I am not aware. I'm not aware of any incentives available for gas equipment, but I'm also aware that there are certain incentives have minimum threshold performance levels, and that goes above beyond 100%. Like, I don't exactly remember, but that is way beyond any gas, equipment, in the market can meet. Yeah.
Okay, are you aware that there's an energy efficiency home improvement credit that includes furnaces and even wood stoves in the Inflation Reduction Act, Mr. Takahashi?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Is that part of it's a different program?
My question was just whether you're aware of it. If you're not, that's okay.
Anything further, Mr. Heverly?
No, ma'am. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you very much. I think then we can, unless Mr. Gedko, you have any follow-up, we can dismiss Mr. Takahashi.
I don't have any follow-up. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Takahashi, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Great.
You are dismissed.
Thanks so much.
All right, so moving forward, it's 4:45 more or less, depending on which of my many electronic devices I look at. So our next witness would be with CCAE, Michael Kenny. And I'm wondering, Ms. Lynch, approximately how long you think Mr. Kenny's testimony might take? And perhaps the other parties could indicate whether or not they have any cross-examination from Mr. Kenny. Mr. Haverly?
Madam,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead. Yes, Ms. Lynch, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Kenny is waiting to be let in, for one, and second, I think depending upon the questions that other parties may have of Mr. Kenny, perhaps CCAE has 10 minutes of redirect.
Mr. Haverly, do you have an estimate of how many questions you might have for Mr. Kenny?
Continue on with my current practice in this case. I don't have a whole lot of cross-examination prepared for Mr. Kenny, so I don't anticipate spending more than a few minutes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman.
At this time, staff has no questions that it intends to ask.
Well, then why don't we go ahead with Mr. Kenny's testimony? I actually don't see Mr. Kenny in the waiting room. Maybe I missed him, but
I apologize. I have a minor emergency just to take care of. Evidently, a question has to be asked of me regarding something that's due at 5 p.m. I would request that.
well, we can. Why don't we go off the record for 2 minutes while we wait for Mr. Kenny to enter the waiting room, and then Mr. Gedko, you can return.
Thank you.
So we're off the record for a couple of minutes.
I'm going to give Mr. Kenny a call to see if
he's there now.
Okay.
I just admitted him. So we're going to go back on the record for Mr. Kenny to be sworn in and for discussion of admission of his direct testimony. And hopefully that'll be enough time for Mr. Gedko to return. So Ms. Ashhoyman, can you swear in Mr. Kenny?
Mr. Kenny, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny, can you state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Yes, it's Michael, Michael, and Kenny, Kenney.
And who is your employer, and can you discuss your title and the capacity that you work for SWEEP?
So I work for the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, and I'm a senior program manager there within the utility program.
And for the record, could you provide us some of the experience you have in these matters before the PRC?
Yes, so I've prepared testimony on behalf of CCAE in case 22-00124 earlier this year, and case number 22-00178. And so both of those were with Southwestern Public Service Company. And prior to that, prior to joining SWEEP, I should say, I had extensive experience working at the California Energy Commission, analyzing energy efficiency policies, energy savings, and assessing greenhouse gas emission reductions.
Thank you. And do you have before you what I labeled as CCAE Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Michael Kenny?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as the document you prepared for this hearing?
Yes, I do.
And did you prepare this document or direct the preparation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any changes you'd like to make to your direct testimony at this time?
I'd like to change what was initially attached as Exhibit 2 in the direct testimony. I believe Ms. Lynch has uploaded a corrected version of that exhibit, which the correct version is titled Benefits of Heat Pumps for Southwest Homes, a 2022 study. There was a different version that was initially attached.
Thank you. And if you were asked the same questions today, would you answer them similarly?
Yes.
And are the answers you provided in your direct testimony true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, I pass the witness.
Are you asking to have Exhibit 1 admitted?
Thank you for helping me here. Yes, I would like to admit Exhibit 1.
Is there any objection to the admission of Exhibit 1?
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly. I just have a question. There was an errata filed, I believe, on this today by CCAE. Is it that Exhibit 2 is being substituted in for the report that was originally in the testimony that's for Colorado Homes instead? Or is this going to be in addition to? I'm not clear exactly what we're admitting right now.
Well, right now we're only discussing Exhibit 1, although I realize that Ms. Lynch provided some foundation for Exhibit 2. But just with respect to the direct testimony of Mr. Kenny, I believe the benefits of the document entitled Benefits of Heat Pumps for Southwest Homes is a separate exhibit that we'll just address after we address Exhibit 1. So does anyone have any objection to Mr. Kenny's direct testimony?
I don't have any objection, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Hearing no objection, Exhibit 1 is admitted. And we will take up Exhibit 2 at the as we approach the conclusion of Mr. Kenny's testimony. So, Mr. Haverly, do you have any questions for Mr. Kenny?
Just a few, Madam Hearing Examiner. Let me get to the right page so I can direct the witness here. Could you turn to page 20 of your testimony, Mr. Kenny? Line 8, and just let me know when you get there.
Yes.
I believe you say as follows: CCAE would also like the company to commit to a minimum low-income participation percentage. Is that an accurate statement of your testimony on page 20, lines 8 through 9? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny, are you aware that New Mexico Gas Company does not track the incomes of its customer base on a per customer basis?
Yeah, as we heard today in testimony from Steve Casey, I learned that was the case, yes.
Are you asking the commission to have New Mexico Gas Company annually solicit the incomes for every one of its customers so that it can ensure that there is a commitment to a minimum low-income participation percentage?
No, I would not make that recommendation.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Mr. Friedman.
No questions on behalf of staff.
Right. I assume, Mr. Gedko, that any questions you have would be friendly in the form of friendly cross-examination.
I don't know if we should always assume that, but because there are certain matters that, of course, we align with on CCAE, but not all. And but at this moment, in this case, I do not have any questions for Mr. Kenny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for Mr. Kenny. Do you know, Mr. Kenny, what the percentage of customers for New Mexico Gas Company are that are participating in the LIHEAP, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program?
Number or percentage?
Both, if you have those figures.
I do not have that on hand.
I do have a question why you're recommending that the gas company should use the WACC as opposed to the ratepayer discount rate. I believe on page 23 of your recommendations, you state that the company should use the WACC to assess the primary discount rate it uses.
Yeah, so is my understanding that with the utility cost test, with the focus being the utility system, assessing the costs and benefits for it, that the WACC was a better metric for discounting energy over time. Coupled with the fact that the proposed energy efficiency plans from the other utilities have also used the WACC. So to have a consistency with how energy savings are being decayed over time in the different cost tests.
Do you know what the WACC discount rate would be? I mean, we've had some discussion that the ratepayer discount rate was 4%.
Off the top of my head, I mean, I believe it's 6.6 or something about that. I'd have to check the testimony of Steve Casey.
And why would that be preferable? What would the actual impact be if that rate were to be utilized as opposed to the taxpayer?
I mean, the substantive effect would be that the energy savings that the company sees, or includes in their cost test calculations further out are worth less than they would be today, or than they would be under the ratepayer discount rate. And so I think we saw with the table and Steve Casey's testimony, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but it showed a slight reduction in the UCT values for each program, but with each program still passing regardless of the discount used.
But would this result in greater spending on energy efficiency programs in the triennial plan, or what, other than this minor change in the UCT, what would be the benefit to utilizing the WAC rate that you're promoting?
I wouldn't say that it would necessarily change the amount of spending, but at least within this filing, it doesn't materially impact the programs they're proposing. But since it is a larger discount rate in the future, it could end up, if there are any programs that are close to one, if their costs increase, then you might see those programs fall below one. I would say the reasoning for it was, as I mentioned before, was to have consistency across the utilities and how they're valuing energy savings over time. And so if each utility is applying a different discount rate, then for a customer, they're not necessarily receiving the same benefit from the utility if a kilowatt or a therm is evaluated using a different discount rate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kenny. Are there any questions? Following up on my questions for Mr. Kenny. Ms. Lynch?
No, ma'am.
Anyone else have anything further from Mr. Kenny?
Not from the company, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Staff?
Sorry for the wait. No, none from staff.
I am also going to take Exhibit 2 under advisement, Ms. Lynch. And I will let you know what my decision is on the admission of Exhibit 2. Is there any objection to Exhibit 2 that anyone would like to put on the record?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I was just more trying to understand what we were doing based on the errata. I don't know that I have an objection to this, since I think it is actually what he was referencing, and in his testimony, it seems like that. And I'm the company, and I'm going to just submit this. From my reading of his testimony, it seemed like he meant to always put this in his testimony and not the other one. So I understand those things happen.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And so let me just review that and make sure that we have everything lined up appropriately. Ms. Lynch, do you have any additional witnesses or further?
Not at this time.
Great. Well, I think at this time then, Mr. Kenny, we can dismiss you. We appreciate your appearing today and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We now go to staff. Mr. Friedman, can you advise us of your expectation as to how much time your presentation of Mr. Dunn might take?
Madam Hearing Examiner, yeah, our only witness is Christopher Dunn from staff. I don't plan on asking him any questions other than for his entrance for his direct testimony and his rebuttal testimony. So once that's complete, we'll pass him off for cross.
All right. Can the parties tell me, I'm thinking that if we can complete the testimony and the witnesses by 6 p.m., I would ask if everyone would be able to remain or whether or not we would need to come back tomorrow for an hour or, longer, however long it's going to take.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly on behalf of the company. I am available. It's like I said, I'm here at your pleasure, so I'll be here. But if this might help your analysis, I don't plan on having any cross-examination for staff's witness at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haverly. Mr. Gedko.
As I'm scrambling to re-pull my documents up, I may have 4 to 5 minutes with Mr. Dunn at most. I want to look at that one more time here. I will raise that question of, there's a little bit of work that CCAE and I have to do with respect to exhibit uploads for tomorrow morning. And will that necessitate us being live? And for a consideration of that, and should that be a factor that's taken into account?
Okay. And would you be available otherwise until 6?
Yes.
Ms. Lynch.
I have no questions for staff and I'm available until 6.
Okay, well, then I think we should go ahead with Mr. Dunn. And with respect to those other documents being submitted as exhibits, I think if they can be uploaded, I don't believe any of them are dependent on testimony. And so we can, I can issue my ruling on them in a separate order. So it would not necessitate coming back in the morning unless we don't complete Mr. Dunn. Okay, so at this point, I believe Mr. Dunn has been admitted and is available. Mr. Dunn, I'd ask that our court reporter go ahead and swear you in.
Mr. Dunn, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Can your volume go up a little bit, maybe?
Yes, absolutely. Let me see if I can make an adjustment to that.
Actually, a little closer is even better.
I've moved my microphone closer, and if need be, I can
That's
momentarily
good. Better. Thank you.
Absolutely.
May I start, Madam Hearing?
Was Mr. and I'm sorry if I missed this, was Mr. Dunn actually sworn in? Yes. Okay. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Mr. Dunn, can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Christopher Dunn.
And can you tell us where you work?
Yes, I'm an economist with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission in the Economics Bureau of the Utility Division.
And do you have a copy of the direct testimony that you filed in this case? Today it's known as State's Exhibit 1. Or
Yes, sir, I
Staff's
do.
Exhibit 1, I apologize.
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you like to take a moment to look through it, make sure it's complete and accurate?
I reviewed the testimony. I believe it is correct and accurate. Yes.
And does it adequately reflect the testimony we filed on November 30th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
And do you have any-
Can I, sorry, my internet connection seems to be lagging at the moment. I'm wondering if those who aren't directly involved in questioning can turn off their video. So for example, I think, yes. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch. I mean, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Yes. Do you have any corrections that you need to make on this direct testimony?
No, I have no corrections to my direct testimony.
And if you were asked today at this hearing the same questions in your direct testimony, would your answers to those questions remain the same or would they have changed?
My answers would remain the same.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of Christopher Dunn's direct testimony.
Is there any objection to Mr. Dunn's direct testimony, Exhibit 1? Hearing none, I will admit Staff Exhibit 1.
Mr. Dunn, do you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
And that's known as State's Exhibit 2, Staff's Exhibit 2. Would you take a moment to look through that and make sure it's accurate?
I believe this testimony is accurate.
And
I do
would it
have
add-
one small,
Go ahead, sorry for cutting you off.
I do have one small correction that I will note when asked
ahead.
to do so.
Which correction would you like to know?
Yes, on page 5, beginning line 12 into line 13, the sentence, ICF also implements energy efficiency programs for IOUs in the state. That I would like to insert the word other before IOUs so that the corrected sentence would read, ICF also implements energy efficiency programs for other IOUs in the state.
And I'm sorry, what line was that? I mean, what page is that on?
Page 5 of my rebuttal testimony, lines 11 through 12. Or, pardon me, 12 through 13. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Go
Absolutely.
ahead.
Madam Hearing Examiner, can we have the record reflect that change? We weren't able to submit a new updated exhibit for that minor change.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. Anything
is that
further
the
on
only-
exhibit 2?
Yes, so I'll move for the admission of Christopher Dunn's rebuttal testimony as staff's exhibit 2.
Is there any objection to Mr. Dunn's rebuttal testimony marked as staff exhibit 2? Hearing none, I will admit staff exhibit 2 as corrected by Mr. Dunn.
And with that, I will offer up Mr. Dunn for any cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Mr. Haverly.
No questions by the company for this witness, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Mr. Gedko.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions for Mr. Dunn, if I may.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Dunn. Nice to.
Good evening.
In your rebuttal testimony, you testified that staff does not believe that coincident timing of utility filings for energy efficiency plans is necessary to improve coordination between utilities. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why don't you think, can you explain why you don't think the coincident timing of utility filings is necessary to improve coordination between utilities with respect to energy efficiency plans?
I don't believe coincident timing is necessary because I believe in coordination can be improved absent coincident timing of, pardon me, I'm recovering from COVID. So if you have trouble hearing me, please let me know. My voice is a little gone today. I will restate that because it looked like you might have had trouble hearing me.
No, I heard you perfectly well. I'm trying to keep from coughing. We're sick folks on different ends of the tube. I'm going to restate it though, because I do understand that you don't think it's necessary. And maybe you can just restate your answer. Maybe I missed it and lost it. But could you explain why not? Why you don't think it would be necessary to improve?
I don't think that it's necessary to have coincident timing to improve coordination because I believe that there are other mechanisms that are viable mechanisms that can improve coordination absent coincident filings of energy efficiency applications.
Okay.
I think that there are numerous, so to enumerate each and every one of them might leave us here for a while.
Does it ever concern you that, for example, with the Inflation Reduction Act coming out and incentives becoming available, that they might get included, be able to be included in one utility's plan that is filed in year 2023, but that another utility might not be able to include them until a farther date down the road, perhaps as far as 2026, if there were not a measure to somehow alter a plan during that time period.
Can you state your question again, Mr. Getko?
Would it concern you at all? Does it concern you at all that we could have a situation where a program like the Inflation Reduction Act that becomes available in 2023 is taken advantage by a utility that files a plan in 2023, but then another utility, unless they supplement a previous plan, might not aim to include that incentives or rebates or tax credits included in something like the Inflation Reduction Act until 2026?
I believe it is possible that some of the achievable benefits may not be achieved in the event that some of the possible outcomes that could be incorporated, if all of those possible, for example, incentives that are offered through the IRA were not included during the entire timeline for which they could be available within a utility's application.
Okay. And switching topics to the last thing I have here is is it your understanding that the stated statutory policy of the Efficient Use of Energy Act is that public utilities should include all cost-effective energy efficiency and load management programs in their energy resource portfolios?
Yes, I believe that is the stated policy of the Efficient Use of Energy Act.
And I asked this earlier, but how do you interpret that requirement that all be included?
If we were to assign to define a set and say that this set includes all programs that are cost effective, then any program that falls under that set should be included.
And do you know if there's is there a comprehensive list out there that can be referenced to say that creates that set that could be considered? Or is it instead that companies in developing their programs have to develop that set through human choice?
If such a resource exists, I am not aware of it. I believe that there are guidelines that are established in tools such as the Technical Resource Manual to help determine cost effectiveness, but such an exhaustive resource as you have described, I do not believe that it exists. If it does, I am not aware of it.
So would it be possible that a company creates a set that doesn't include a certain program that meets the UCT in their set, or that would meet the UCT if it were to be assessed by the company, but hadn't been assessed?
To my understanding, that would be possible.
And so to state that differently, there could be programs that meet the UCT that wouldn't necessarily have to be included in the portfolio of programs offered by the company. Is that right?
May I ask you to restate that question, Mr. Getko?
Let me see if I can. Would there be programs that, if they were measured by a company, in New Mexico, and that might meet the UCT even at an individual program level of gaining a UCT of 1.0 or greater, that would not of necessity have to be included in a company's portfolio.
I think it's rather difficult to speculate on what types of programs may or may not exist. But we know based on the policy guidelines of the Efficient Use of Energy Act that if a program meets the cost effectiveness, that it shall be adopted by the utility.
Would you go so far as to say if a company was presented with a program with a UCT test run on it that shows a UCT value of 1.0 or greater, that the company would have to adopt that program?
Under my understanding of the Efficient Use of Energy Act, if it meets that UCT standard, then the policy is that the utility shall adopt that program and the commission shall allow it.
And then a barrier would be that there's a spending limit. Is that correct? Isn't there a limit of 5% for what?
There is a limitation on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
finish with your question, so I paused for you to allow you to finish. There is a spending limitation, yes.
And that spending limit, if a company was close to it and they were presented with a large number of programs that met the UCT, they would have to make a choice as to what to include, because they would face a dilemma of, under your understanding of having to include a program versus having to comply with the limit that's statutorily imposed on them as far as spending. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you coming by, and I hope you feel a lot better. I really do.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lynch, do you have any questions for Mr. Dunn?
I have no questions at this time.
Mr. Dunn, you are making some proposals with respect to the inclusion of electric equipment, specifically heat pump water heaters and air source heat pumps as offerings by New Mexico Gas Company in their energy efficiency program?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct.
Has there been a UCT, a utility cost test, performed on these this equipment to your knowledge?
Within the context of this particular filing from Gas Company, I do not believe that there has been, to my knowledge, I am not aware of any such cost effectiveness tests being run.
Okay, so we don't know at this point whether or not those that equipment would satisfy the UCT for purposes of the gas company's filing?
We do not know, that is correct.
So if your recommendation were to be adopted, perhaps it would have to be modified to provide that those should be offered if they met the UCT?
I believe that that is one option that could be considered. Alternatively, I'll note, as is noted in my rebuttal testimony, that if, for example, you were to incorporate electric heat pump water heaters into the water heating program, a program that currently exceeds the UCT, by a non-insignificant value, then it is possible that a minimally non-cost effective measure would not significantly degrade the program's UCT overall to such a point that it fell below the minimum threshold. So it is my belief that it is possible that a non-cost effective measure could be adopted into the program, and the program as a whole still remain cost effective, consistent also similarly to the portfolio, which again exceeds the UCT measure. It's by a non-insignificant measure, such that perhaps non-cost effective individual measures could be incorporated without significantly degrading the overall program or portfolio.
Let me see if I have anything else, Mr. Dunn. Hold on a moment. I guess the other question I would have is whether or not you have an opinion on the ratepayer discount rate as opposed to the WACC. It's been the subject of some discussion today.
Well, I have an opinion on a great many things, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Based on your review of the record and the filing, do you think that use of the ratepayer discount rate is appropriate in this matter?
What I'll note is that is similar to what I've indicated in my direct testimony, that staff does not oppose gas companies' use of the ratepayer discount rate. I feel that the framework within which the ratepayer discount rate is established within the National Standard Practice Manual, the overall resource value framework is not perfectly aligned with the UCT framework that we use in New Mexico. That being said, and as I indicated, staff isn't opposed to gas companies' use of the ratepayer discount rate. However, my recommendation is that rather than just kind of accepting the ratepayer discount rate as the appropriate measure to use in all instances going forward for gas company, that as gas company has done in this particular filing, they should continue to present a comparison of the ratepayer discount rate and WACC in future filings, such that we can compare those two and evaluate on a going forward basis whether or not this remains to be the appropriate measure to use when we are determining the future value of the present value of future returns of our investment in energy efficiency measures.
All right, I don't have anything further for Mr. Dunn. Does anyone have any follow-up from Mr. Dunn, starting with Mr. Haverly?
No questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Gedko?
No, I do not.
Okay, Ms. Lynch?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and finally, Mr. Friedman, any follow-up?
No.
All right, well, that would then conclude Mr. Dunn's testimony, and Mr. Dunn can be dismissed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And especially for being available so late today. At this point, I think the matters that we have remaining are going to be the exhibits that I'd ask the parties to submit. And since we don't have testimony tomorrow, if those could be submitted by 11 a.m. tomorrow.
That seems just fine to me.
Yes.
And is it okay if I think we referenced the same exhibits? Maybe I can try to reach out to Ms. Lynch and see if we can come to a meeting of the minds on what of those pages should be selected and submit a single exhibit under the name of either CCAE or the AG office.
Yes, that would be preferable. And I just also want to express my appreciation for the parties' efforts to participate in our, I think, somewhat experimental effort to bait stamp all of our documents for easier reference. I think that that is going to probably not completely show itself until it's time to start working on the briefing and the recommended decision. I would ask in the future, Ms. Lynch, certainly in my cases, I anticipate that I'll be requiring bait stamping ongoing. I don't believe your exhibits were bait stamped with page numbers. So if you could do that in the future, it would be appreciated.
I'm concerned that, were you frozen there, Miss Lynch? Yeah, she's gone now.
Oh.
She froze right about when you started speaking to her. You might have special powers. But
Evidently. Let's see. Oh, here she is. Miss Lynch, I'm sorry. Did you hear what I had to say about the bait stamping?
I did hear you, and I'll have to do more research on that.
Okay, it was included in the procedural order. So you might reference the procedural order and those, the requirement for bait stamping, which is not one that's been used before by the hearing examiners, but it is one that I'm hoping will be of assistance in the future in terms of our references for briefing and in the recommended decision. But let's see. I just want to look to see what we have now are post-hearing briefs are due under the procedural order on or before January 23rd, with rebuttal briefs to be filed on or before January 30th. New Mexico Gas Company will pay for an expedited transcript. So Miss Ash Hoyman, when would that be available?
It was requested a 3-day delivery, so that would be by end of day Thursday.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Ash Hoyman. We appreciate it very much. Does anyone have any other matters that we should address before concluding our hearing?
I do have some other matters. I think I uploaded the Excel workbook as an exhibit for CCAE, not realizing perhaps that the AG would have been uploading a similar exhibit. So I don't know what to do about that. It's CCAE exhibit 4.
Hold on. Yeah, I think I did not print that out.
Yeah, Madam Hearing Examiner, I thought that was what Mr. Getko was talking about, working with CCAE on, is to pick out the relevant pages of that. Oh no, that was not the same thing that Mr. Getko was talking about. I'm sorry. Okay, you guys.
No, that's the administrative notice issues regarding 21-00267.
Okay, you know what, actually I'm again having problems with my bandwidth being low, so I think during this conversation we could probably turn off our video. Because I actually am having trouble accessing the Dropbox actually.
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly.
Yes.
I don't reflect that CCA moved to admit
that exhibit into evidence. So I know that Mr. Gedko did, but I don't reflect that CCA
Correct.
did.
And I'm sorry, so we're, Mr. Gedko, what is the number of that exhibit that we're discussing now? That was exhibit, I think I have it here, but
Or we issued it as BN OAG Exhibit 2B, Appendix B to BN OAG Exhibit 2A.
correct. All right, and so
I moved, CC, I'm sorry, I don't mean to
go
interrupt.
ahead, Miss Lynch.
CCAE moved to admit exhibits 1 and exhibit 2 that we had uploaded, but we did not move to exhibit any of the remainder exhibits. We had submitted 6.
Okay, so really it's just, I have exhibit 2 under review, exhibit 2B, from Mr. Takahashi's testimony. Is that a document, Mr. Gedko, that there are specific pages that you would contemplate submitting, or can we really not take that into consideration at this point?
I think I need to review our Exhibit 2A this evening, which is Mr. Takahashi's direct testimony.
Okay.
And see if we reference that workbook there, because we didn't reference it orally today during this hearing.
Correct.
But I'm guessing, well, I need to check if there's pages that were referenced or figures that were referenced in his direct testimony. I'd want to provide those PDFs to you from the workbook.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, really, I think the only other issue is taking under advisement, taking administrative notice of the New Mexico Gas Company rate case that's pending. Is that correct? And the certificate of stipulation, or I'm sorry, it was in case 21-00267.
Right, and it's not pending.
Okay, and the certificate of stipulation in that particular case. And I think my question was the same, which is, are there specific pages that you wish to have referenced? Because, I certainly don't want to have don't want to be searching through the entire document for what you might have thought was relevant or useful to your case.
Yeah, I think Kevin and I will work together to identify those pages, because we were asking for administrative notice to be taken for the same reason.
Okay, so we'll wait to get those tomorrow. Anyone have anything else?
Madam Hearing Examiner, what are you envisioning the process? So there's the request to take administrative notice on the rate case documents. Do I have a certain period of time to respond? I know they're going to be uploaded, but at this point, I'm not sure which pages they are, so I'm kind of at a loss. So do I have some period of time in which to do something, which could also be no objection, don't care. I'm just asking for that purpose.
So if I'd ask those be uploaded by 11 a.m. And if the parties could email those as well, just to avoid any delays in the process. The links that you currently have should still be good. I'm assuming we're going to be talking about a limited number of pages, so they could be emailed as well to all of the parties. And then Mr. Haberly may have until 2 p.m. How is that?
Works for me, Madam Hearing Examiner. I appreciate it.
Sure. Anyone else?
Well, I hope it's not necessary, but usually those kinds of discussions end up in a back and forth in the oral hearing, and and trained to speak up if Mr. Haverly does object. Maybe there could just be a short call that we would schedule between the hearing examiner and the council or something of that sort. I hope that this isn't an issue. Since the one witness did make certain reference to it.
Yeah, and for the record, I don't anticipate a problem, but since I don't have it in front of me, I just want to make sure I have the opportunity to look at it. That's all.
All right. Well, Miss Ash Hoyman, would you be available tomorrow between 3 and 3:30 for such a conversation if needed?
I could be, but that will delay by a day the transcript if it goes tomorrow.
Okay.
That was a strong sigh.
I mean, the other option would be is that you can just provide me with a written response, Mr. Gedko.
If it's necessary, I'm perfectly happy with that. My suggestion was just to try to cut out more back and forth and resolve it, but I see the difficulty in it, and I'd be happy to commit to a response before 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully we won't need to utilize those mechanisms. And I appreciate everyone's efforts, and again, apologize for the problems with the Dropbox, but hopefully next time around we will not experience those difficulties. And just like to thank everyone for their courtesy and cordiality during this hearing. And I look forward to getting your briefs. I do have a couple of things I'd like you to address or to think about addressing in your briefing. One is a question of what costs should be included in the UCT. Let me specifically, under paragraph K of 6217.4. And I know we've had some testimony about the issue of what avoided costs should be included in consideration of the utility cost test. And so I would appreciate a discussion of that in the briefing, particularly with reference to any prior PRC decisions or New Mexico case law discussing what's appropriately included within the UCT. And as I said, particularly on the avoided cost side. And then the second issue I'd like to ask to have specifically addressed, and this may go, well, I think to both sides really, which is this question of the limitation of equipment proposed in the EE plan of only gas fueled products or appliances. And so I'd like both parties to discuss the legal basis for their positions with respect to whether or not it's appropriate to limit it to gas products or whether it should be open to electric fueled products. Does anyone have any? Well, hopefully that doesn't result in any questions. But I look forward to reading your briefs, and I thank everyone again for their participation.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, everybody. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good evening, everyone.